It's time for the moment you've been waiting for. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Tsh, da, 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 da. Di, da, di, di, da, di, di, da, di, li, da, 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 di, li, da, 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 di, li, da, 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 da. Di, da, di, li, da, di, li, di, da. Di, da, di, li, di, da, di, li, 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 da, di, di, da, di, di, da, di, di, da.
I totally didn't fuck it up. Not at all. It was supposed to come in a lot slower. Hi. It's me. Also, new chat overlay. Let's go. Oh.
Elevator gets us to the garage direct.
Good work. Shit show's over.
Hold on.
Cutting my wires now. See you in the near future.
Welcome, welcome. Hold on, you gotta get through arms thing. Okay, there we go. Hi everyone. And Frost Bronze Strange. What do you think? What do you think? Dude, I like fucking. Oh god, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Oh, 3 bots. Good god. Okay. Hello. Good god. I'm being assaulted. Thank you. Oh yeah? Do you like it? We worked really hard on him. Hi, welcome. You weren't following? Becca, what the fuck? This is betrayal. Oh, but you're gonna really like. Hold on. Look at my fucking animated. Oh god, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Dark mode, but yeah, my emission map is now animated. And my eyes glow. Hold on, let's see if I can get any closer. Zoom in nice and close, please. Oh yeah, my star. I got glitter in my hair. I got glitter. My stars are iridescent. Oh god, does my payload not work? No. Oh god. Thank you. Help! I'm dying. Help! I appreciate. I will run this again. Thank you. Did you get your prime? What was it, prime? Oh, you got a gifted. Hell yeah. Okay, let's... Oh, hold on. Thank you.
Once they had the thing from
Hi, Galaxy.
and the tank would just die, and I was like, damn.
Thank you. Oh god. Help. Oh god. I can't keep up with chat. Help me. Help me. Help. I'm dying. I'm okay. But yeah, here's my mod. Yeah. Nice and close so you can see me. Look at my boots. Look at the little wave, like little emission on it. Look at the emission. Little wave. I got RGB in my shoes. RGB in the shoes. Oh, good God. Okay. I got gamer shoes. Yeah. No, well, it wasn't even the emission. Oh, hold on. My fucking, I can't touch my hair. There we go. Oh yeah. My hair's textured now. Look at it. Look at my hair. Look at it. Look at it. Isn't it? Fuck this. My hair took her 10 hours alone to fucking texture. We're gonna tell you about all the problems here in a second, because she's in call with me. I'm just stuffing at the moment. The cloud is real, yeah. I did! I did. Yes, come in. Sorry. Anything I need to mute for? Oh, it's just getting almost well. Okay. No, I think he's out there. Yeah, I got glitter in my hair. I'm every VR chat players that has a potato PC's worst nightmare. I walk into the room and they immediately crash. And now that's on stream. All right. Oh, we gotta do. I gotta set up with VDO, don't I? I think so. Let me go here real quick. Make sure the model still works here. Okay. Let me get. Hi.
Oh no, I need to start my model.
Yeah. Let me start a video thing with you.
I'm getting set up as quickly as I can.
You're good. Take your time. I had to curate the room and everything.
Asking for a friend.
So the things I mostly need is I'll need nail polishes, the nail tips themselves, and then like accessories and or the stuff for like the actual like gift bags for when I do orders. Everything else is kind of secondary. I mean, the disinfected stuff is also kind of important, but mostly nail polishes and the nail tips themselves. Those are the most important things. Thank you. Thank you.
Forgot.
Okay. Also, hi,
I
Rad.
forgot
Sorry.
worst stands up. We can't.
Okay, let me. Let me send you the password. And then let me send you the room. There you go. Thank you. Oh god. Oh good gracious. Thank you. Let me move myself up a bit. Hi, Tora. Thank you. Alright, let me get the timer. I think Whisper already started it. Oh, that's from the subs. Okay. Let me figure this out, because we have to do this manually for the throne stuff. Thank you. I appreciate. So, okay, let me get up. Let me get my before the ads. I don't know what you mean.
Want a break from the ads?
Okay, timer is officially going down now.
I managed to scarf down 5 jalapeno poppers before it
Hell yeah.
unmuted me.
Hi. Thank you. But yeah, new chat overlay. It really fits my theme. I bought it last
I think your
minute.
timer's going a little fast.
Is it?
Yeah, it's definitely clicking down way faster than a second.
Hi.
Why?
I don't know.
It's for how long I'm supposed to stream for. I mean
Yeah.
today's 12 hours regardless, but yeah, why does that go down so fast? I don't know if I can fix that because I couldn't use anything else. Thank you. Hi, Sassy. Yeah, there's nothing else that has this UI that we can use for the manual stuff. But if that's just how it is, I don't know what to do.
If you'll send it to me, I'll see if I can slow it down.
You would have to log in with my Twitch.
Oh, what is that? What site is it through?
Subathontimer.com.
Hold on. Okay. Slow down.
Yeah. Whisper's calculating the time. Let me know when it gets added, Whisper. Hi, Yuki. Filling the cart right now. I really appreciate it, guys, because I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna start doing nails and stuff and selling press-ons, and then I'm gonna make Winzo a killer set because he still has to do his subathon nails, and then I owe a set to Sid because she made this wonderful model for me. I mean, I paid her, but I need to give her more than just money for this.
No, it's fine. Slow motion effects for webcam.
Yeah.
There might be a couple of things we can use later. We can figure out later to slow it down in your OBS.
Well, that's how fast it's going on the website too.
Yeah, but if you get, I guess, hold on. What'd you say the site was?
Subathontimer.com. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wait, did it get updated? Oh my god, Christ. Oh. Thank you. Right? Yeah, the blue was for me. I like blue. Blue, my favorite flavor.
Oh god.
So fully funded items over $10 get a bonus hour added to the time, so
You might.
Oh god, it's already almost 11:30. All right, smash or pass time.
Yup.
I'm
trying to find a chair to put myself in.
Oh, I gotta put you in here too. I haven't put you in yet. We can yap about what the problems we had while we smash or pass. Let me get your
While we smash or pass.
Browser 6.
My person's going to change a little bit as I'm adding stuff.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you.
Zelda is breaking shit downstairs. We love to hear that.
We love to hear it. Hydrate. Okay, I got a little. This is my mama. This is Sid. Say hi to Sid.
Oh. Huh?
I do have a chair for you. Hold on my OBS. Hold on.
I was gonna say I've got one that I could put in, but it's pink, so I gotta fix it.
Yeah, let me know when you add it. He made my model. Hi, Apple City. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesus. We're going for a long time, baby. We're going for a long time, baby. We're locked in. I should put like a little text thing on screen that says to use the command.
I like how it just makes me go away. That's funny.
That's large.
It's on my head. Why is it pink? It's...
like right. I don't know. There's probably. Girl, why are you dying? Hello? Why are you dying?
Huh?
No, my friend Sassy, she's hacking up along. Thank you, thank you. No dying, it's not allowed. No allow. Girl, I don't like it when you're sick. It makes me sad. Okay, Smasher Pass, because Hero was asking about Minecraft, so Minecraft. Okay, Smasher Pass. Here. Okay, gotta make myself smaller. Put her like. Yeah, give me a second, guys. I gotta focus. I have E-brain. I have crippling depression. Okay. Okay, yes, grab yourself an energy drink if you, crippling depression. Thank you for all the announcements, guys, and letting your community know about my birthday. Sorry. The rainbow. Oh God, did it work? Did my? Yeah, okay. So I don't know why my hitbox is like up here, but it was like this on the other model too. So I have no clue why.
Oh yeah, that can be made and adjusted, I think. Well, whenever we do the other thing, we'll fix it.
Okay. All right, Smasher Pass. All right, first we have Cookie. Now Cookie is a oh God, the lawn chair is on your head again.
It's okay. Oh, ignore it. I'm fixing it.
Why is my blurp not working? Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear it? Blurp? Blurp?
There we go. I know a plastic chair to sit in.
Hell yeah. I don't know why, but I take you for the pat. I made the hand bigger so you can pull and just grab my head. full on hog in the head. The Cookie I met through my SMPs. They first joined during Fear. He's pretty great. His model's pretty hot. So, I mean, it's gonna be middle to up. Maybe I should just give him a little smooch for all the fucking issues he's caused with Whisper. Decisions. Because I can't put everyone in licking the sheets, otherwise everyone would be licking in the sheets. Let's do wine and dine first. It's still happening. You know, I'm gonna rizz him up a little bit. Get him nice and relaxed. Oh, and then his femboy model goes in the bathroom mid dinner though. Would absolutely peg the shit out of that. Just saying. He's taking it from the back right now.
Oh dear.
Hero. Hi, Hero. Hero does a lot of stuff. Hold on. I'm nervous, so I'm like really nauseous.
It's fine. It's okay. Would you like me to put a plastic chair on for you? I can put it on my head.
I think you're okay. Oh, let me dismiss ads. I'm gonna move Hero probably here in a second. Hero goes in licking the sheets. Absolutely. Not just for what he does for me, but you know. Oh god.
Hold on, I got this.
I'm licking the sheets, wringing it out into my mouth. every juice. It shares a meme now. Now, this is my daughter, Rad. My stream daughter. I'm gonna give her a little smooch, but on the forehead, because she's my daughter. It's not gonna be a lip smooch. little mwah, right on the forehead. She is baby, so I'm not gonna. I mean, she's an adult, but I'm not, you know. I see her as my child. That is my baby, my bean. This is Ari. Ari is a real cam streamer, but he has like a OC. You can't see it well. I wish you could open up the photo. How do I landscape? No crop. Okay. There we go. It's a big fucking photo. But you can see him now. We're gonna wine and dine. We're gonna wine and dine Ari. He's like a good friend of mine. Like, it's not impossible. Oh, excuse me. It's not impossible. But we gotta set the mood a little bit. Put on some smooth jazz. Have some wine. You know how it is. Yeah. Careless whisper in the background. Immediately into a Rickroll. You know, for the memes. You riz him up. Oh look, I still have hands. Grabby hands. You like jazz? Absolutely. I forgot to snooze the ads. Hold on. We'll wait a sec. Well, you didn't put your picture in my Smasher Pass, did you, fool? You like my grippies? Oh yeah, look at my nails. I'm just as sparkly as my real nails will be. Did we get back from ads yet? I don't know. Okay, we should be back from ads. This is my wife. This is Quaffles. She's literally going right in. There's no like way I would put her any less than licking the. Just saying. Then we have I'm gonna do Sid in a few because she's right here. This is Nuke. I've known Nuke for a little bit longer than I think I've known Yuffie and stuff. I think I met them when I met Scratch and got introduced to Ye's group and all that. He's in the nearest closet. I mean, like right in the nearest closet. The moment I see him, just fucking get in the fucking closet. Rye, this is Rye. He also showed up for the SMPs. He's a friend of Winslow and Hero. Now, I don't think Rye likes women, so, I personally nearest closet. Personally nearest closet, but I'm afraid of rejection. So,
I'm afraid of rejection. You just gotta grab rejection by the throat.
Well, yeah. He likes them, but he doesn't like them. Oh, this is Sassy. Sassy is one of my first friends for VTubing. I've known her basically the entire time. She's done a lot of art for me. She's done my Fugi. She's done some of my old portraits. One of my first original, like, full bodies of my design. Sassy's or Misty's? Sassy's design? Oh, yeah. Sassy is fucking, like, in licking the sheets. Like, I'm licking the sheets up onto her. Like, my tongue is dragging right down up of her, you know. Like, I'm not just licking the sheets. I'm gonna do Sid last because cause you're right here. you're gonna hear me say it. Crazy face shenanigans, yeah. She's in the clouds with me. I'm keeping her there. Shishiki put like 3 models, so well, Quaffle's made a femboy model, so between Cookie and Shishiki, I think I'm just dapping the homie for the femboy model. For Shishiki model. Now his fucking male model? The one he sent with like half shirtless? Yeesh. Bathroom mid dinner. So same with the female model. Absolutely. Now, okay, so there's a very specific reason why. So like I would do Winslow regardless, right? He'd be like wine and dine to bathroom mid dinner, but I can't fucking make this picture bigger. So give me a sec. Let me show you exactly why. Let me show you exactly why. Winslow's going in licking the shit. Now. Hold on. This is a rough sheet. Good God, it's fucking huge. Like my. Oh my God, how fucking big. Help. This picture right here. The hair down. Ugh! Literally hair down Winslow would get it immediately. I would be wringing out the sheets. Just absolutely just like, ah. Literally, he could take over the world. I would listen to anything hair down Winslow told me. Literally anything. Next, we got Yukino. Yukino, she's real sweet. I don't know her quite well yet, so we're gonna wine and dine her. Potential for licking the sheets. But I wanna talk to her. I wanna get to know her. I wanna know her aspirations and her wants and her fears. A couple glasses of wine, more smooth jazz. You know, just gotta make the mood. Would take it from the front and back. Rocks, you know, let me show you Rox's. Hold on, let me show you Rox's. Now, hold on, if I can. Another image. I should have done this with all the photos, but I'm rushing a little bit. Look at this man. I got a thing for the galaxy type stuff. Ooh boy. Look at him. He's literally going into Smash or Pass, and you cannot tell me not to. Or into licking the sheets. Like, absolutely. I want to know if he's grape flavored, and I'm gonna find out.
Oh my god.
I forgot to put Galaxy. There we go. Ube flavored? Ah, even better. Let's fucking go. Okay, let's put Galaxy up. Ah, yes. I'm for sure in the nearest closet. Just absolutely. The moment I get the chance. That's Galaxy. That's Galaxy Galaxy Yuli, I think. Right? Oh my god. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Yeah. You should follow all these people, by the way. You should follow my friends and support them and watch them and support them and follow them and subscribe to them because they're really cool. They're really cool and they're really nice. And I love them. And they're all getting this wiener. Just all of them. And then this is my model mama. Then let me get her photo up. We need to appreciate the woman that
That's not even the ass pic.
we need to
Oh god.
oh yeah, your photo's fucking
Oh.
huge. Hold on.
Huge, yes.
Let
I
me
make them all big.
Let me transform to like fit to screen. Yeah, there we go. Let's appreciate mama for a second. Everyone appreciate. Thank you, mother, for making me. And then she's going in right into licking the sheets. No hesitation. Sitting tummy any day. Child! That's your grandmother! That is your grandmother, woman!
Oh god.
That is your mother! Your grandmother. Yes. Thank you, mother, for the food. Amen.
Amen is crazy. Oh god. Oh.
I did. I literally put her in licking the sheet. What do you mean? Are you talking about Galaxy?
I'm cackling at your chat because I am painfully SF.
She's literally right here. She's in licking the sheets. What do you mean? I'm literally fucking sucking the flavor out of it, like.
Oh god.
Like when you
my
wring
God.
out a rag of sweat just straight into my mouth. You mean the one before Galaxy? I mean, yeah, but I didn't want to put everyone into fucking in the licking the sheets. I mean, of course, if I had a perfect world, literally everyone, fucking in the same bed, all at the one time, one after the other, no breaks, no hydration. Just saying.
You would die, guy.
Worth it. Fucking, what do you mean? Worth it.
Death by snooze.
I'm
for
going
real.
out exact. She died how she lived, doing what she loved. Oh, I can take multiple. Don't you worry. I can take at least 5 people because I got 2 hands, and everywhere
At least
else.
5 people.
Now, I'm not saying you couldn't use other parts of me. We could make it a clean 6 or 7.
A clean 6 or 7.
6, 7.
Oh no. Oh.
But yeah, That's my smasher pass.
My camera on my gaming PC
Yeah,
fucking hates me.
anything but clean. Oh, poor Galaxy. Fine. Good God.
Fox is ugly ass can put both of me.
What do you mean? Look at him. He's got fucking gold and purple and sparkles. Dude, I'm literally nutting right now in my chair as we speak.
I'm wiping my hand on my shirt and it's making me grab my own tit.
Hell yeah. Big groppies. Shut your mouth, Galaxy. He's hot. What do you mean? She's just mad. I'm worried. Like, I was, because it's got under boob and all that stuff on it. And side boob. Like, even Galaxy's photo. I'm just worried. The other one was even
art
worse.
is a little different. I think you just can't have your model, but I think art's a little bit different. Because otherwise artists wouldn't be able to draw women on stream, and I draw women on stream all the time. Although TikTok fucking tells me that I'm lascivious when I do it.
Well, if you want to see all of the art, this thread in my channel, in my Discord. So go perceive. Go lick the screen. It's cherry flavored.
Go screen. My screen's not cherry flavored.
Yeah, I've changed it to cherry. It's cherry now. Okay, smash or pass, finish shade. Okay, and now, onto the party. Everyone start booting your Minecraft. Gotta go tell Hero.
I'm quickly trying to transfer everything over to my streaming PC so that my gaming PC doesn't crash. That way we have the better camera too.
Is being mean to me.
Huh?
Being bullied on my fucking birthday.
Wow. Gotta put myself in the plastic chair over here too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me... Oh, while I'm booting up, I will explain the goals and stuff for Smash or Pass. Let me start Minecraft. Start the server. Pay attention to chat because IP's coming. I'm only gonna send it a handful of times, so there, and then I'll send it in my Discord. Because he's not bored. Oh yeah, I think it was literally.
Whoa, it lost me there for a second.
I think it's already on the mod pack, but hi Gummy. So yeah, so these are the goals. Let me move our fat asses up the way. we're in the way of the fucking goal stuff. Hold on. Put me over here. So $10. We already got a new outfit, so I'll have to calm Sid for that. We're already past 15, so you guys will order me a pizza. Hold on, I actually have to look. I have to. I need my calculator. I can't math.
What sit am I using here? Four.
We're already at 60. Jesus. Hell yeah. So we've already made it to the new profile picture. We'll have a vote in the Discord for the next game 100%. My very first time 100%ing a game. Then we also have a new emote, so we'll need to come up with a design for a new emote that Nami's gonna draw. 75% is you guys will get to design the nails I make for my IRL mom. 100% is FNAF World, Pizzeria, Simulator, and Security Breach. They're not 100%, but I've never played a FNAF game, so 125 is Steam game raffles for $30 worth of Steam game. You guys will get to choose the next color of my hair dye at 150. I am not IRL revealing though. Well, now my blurbs work. 175 is I'm gonna be doodling everyone in VR painting. Everyone that's donated. 200 is I'm gonna read straight spicy in the Discord. I'm having my girlfriend pick the book. She's got a
Oh.
Then VR, Help Wanted, Shockwind Die, and Heart Rate Monitor for 250. And VR2, UCN VR mod, plus the video games with Shock, and Heart Rate Monitor. I know I don't have the best Subathon, Fundathon rewards. I don't have a lot of money, so I can't really do a bunch of the stuff that would, get better. Oh, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, that's another whole hour. Whisper, get on it. It should be in the info thing that I sent you. It's the Crackers Witherstorm one. Check one of the group chats. It's probably in there.
Yeah, I've got it up, but I think my computer's gonna crash. So I'm currently speed running getting my
You guys hear the game? Barely, but
I'm just trying to get you're gonna have me still, but I'm gonna be on my streaming PC.
okay. Let me
Where's my lapel mic?
just back over here. Oh god, you're freaking
Lapel. Also, I was going to stream, so
yes.
I want to be able to.
Please do. If you're streaming, let me know. You are more than welcome to.
Oh, you want to stick your Maya model in the thingy then, so then I can have you on my screen?
No, my PC will die.
Aw, crazy.
Yeah, I can't do it. Let me get the game up.
How we're gonna do this is hey, why'd you put it there? Stuff right here, right now.
Look, it's birthday edition. Thank you, Whisper. I did this myself with a mod. Confetti. All right, let's get in here. Sassy has just offered to make 3 more emotes for us. So I will post the photo of the available emotes and we'll do a vote later today. Thank you so much, Sassy. I much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone, funnel in.
Stop crashing.
All right, let's see. Oh. Is it not?
Not the birthday hat. Oh, yeah, I was incredibly tired last night. I was going to get your Minecraft thing done before today, like this. It's fine. Let's make the advances delayed.
I have to restart server real quick and we'll take it like seconds.
Okay. You're fine. I gotta get my thing working anyway.
Oh, I forgot it's Proc's chat. Hold on.
Is on the servers we've been playing on, is that also Proc's chat?
Yeah.
I know it is for voice. I didn't know it was for text. The green screen hates my wings.
What version? It should be an auto import. Unless you're not using CurseForge. If it's not CurseForge, it will be 47.4.10 for Forge. Version 1.20.1 for Minecraft version. Let me do a server say for Oh yeah, I forgot everyone gets a party hat. Oh, I'm still on creative, hold on. Yeah? Yeah, someone had gifted me the skin. It's super cute. I said.
Hello.
I don't think I can pat. Damn, I can't pat. Sad. I'm gonna go in a hole now. I'm sad about it.
Oh. Oh my god, Vignon. Please, fucking do your thing.
Everyone gets free party poppers and lattes and cakes.
I might have to start streaming from after the Minecraft thing, because my streaming laptop is dying because Windows 11 sucks ass. And if I start, I can't stream with just one PC. Not your mod packs. I love you, but not your mod packs.
My mod pack isn't. This one isn't even that big. Also, there's a tornado forming.
There we go.
Of course, the tornadoes are in this one.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi. Yeah, sorry, we have.
I
We have.
have an hour.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
I was told I have an hour.
What?
By the way, there's a tornado forming, so just be aware.
There is.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Confetti in the tornado.
Thank you for the birthday. Hi, hero. Hi.
Hello.
Everyone got their complimentary party poppers?
Yeah.
Ouch! What the fuck? It's my birthday! What the fuck?
On site! On site! On site!
I'm sorry, but he keeps hitting.
What do you mean? Why you so much Rayman?
Get party poppered, bitch! Get party poppered, bitch!
Oh god, the tornado is pulling the confetti.
Oh. Yeah, we should maybe not be near the tornado. Oh, also, game,
Fight me. Fight me.
There we go.
How about we like this is away?
I'm worried it's gonna rip up the spawn thing for the Wither Storm, but we'll see. Alright, I will let you guys know I'm gonna have a hard time reading chat and I can't multitask well, so we'll see. I also have to pee, so a tornado that's happening right now is not great. I'm gonna hide in a house real quick while I go pee. I had soda this morning, so now I have to pee. Alright. BRB real quick.
Anyway. So then, okay. Oh, shit.
No more. No more. I can have to go pop.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, there's a fucking bear. Oh, there's the... There goes the tornado. Wait, why? For why? You fucking dick. Come here. Get him, Sid. Oh, I need to put my shaders on. I can't play Minecraft without my shaders. Yeah. If you don't have the IP, please DM me. I will forward the IP. If you don't have the pack, also DM me. I can forward the pack message. Or DM Whisper, because she can also forward the messages, I believe. Oh yeah. I need my Pop and puss. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Sorry if I've not seen messages. Alright, I need to make a beeline for the nether.
Huh?
Well, this is for the birthday pack, so... Sorry, I'm talking to my chat.
Oh, no, I'm in your chat. You're talking to me.
I'm in your walls. Okay, so okay, so you sticking with me?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what to do. Teehee.
Well, get resources.
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Rox.
I have.
Do you want me to mute in Discord, Sid? So you don't get confused?
I'll stay with you too.
Where are you? Get
I'm
over
just
here.
multitasking right now. I don't know
Hi,
where you're at, though.
Serenity.
Hi.
Do you like your party poppers?
The tornado took mine.
You're here now.
Bye.
Ouch! Poor gay!
Chicken.
Alright, so we need to... Yeah, let me mute in Discord. Focus. So we need to get to the nether is what we need to do. We need to find another fortress and get a wither skull. If we can't do it within the next hour, then we just spawn it with the regular thing. Because we are on a little bit of a time crunch, because I want to give us time to do lethal and repo.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Alright, dig down to bedrock, let's go! Alright, no, I should probably...
There's a cave right here, let's go!
I need to get wood, hold on.
Hey, yo. Hey, you need some wood?
Yeah, later with my boyfriend. I have to stream when I'm drunk. When I'm horribly drunk, I'm gonna DM him.
I bought margaritas for them.
Margaritas, let's go.
Yeah, margaritas.
Chop.
Yeah.
This is
Oh man.
thinner.
Oh. Sick.
Where the fuck is my boyfriend?
Do you want me to try to call Misty?
Yeah, get her the fuck up. Where the fuck is she? Missing my fucking birthday.
You know how you told her to go to sleep?
I did. I know she didn't go to sleep.
Oh. Hero. Hi, Hero. Looks like, yep. There we go.
Oh, hold on. Puppies. There you go.
Well, I don't see shit.
Look how pretty this fucking shader is.
Right, talk to.
Ah.
Ow.
Ow!
Oh.
Why would you do?
Grounded. Something's grounded in the dark. You can't see it.
Oh, good fun. Okay. Yeah.
got a crafting table. That's a
Can you
W.
speak Romanian?
Hell yeah.
And that was kind of
Hello, hello.
Let me fix these fader settings. I cannot see anything.
Oh, there you go.
Oh. Yes, question. I might have an answer for you. I'm gonna eat my cake roll. Looking DM? Okay. Sorry, I was answering a question. Hi. It's so fucking dark for me. Thank you. Yes, it's still saved, but it'll only be up again for like a week. Next week because I have the summer's SMP coming, so. You TPA. Okay. Hi. Did I ultimine? I did. Yeah! So good at games. Oops, sorry. Oh, no, you do it in the Discord. Do it in the Discord, because they can't see what they're voting for, so.
I was muted. I've been muted the whole fucking time.
Yes, you have been.
Oh my god.
Yes, if you want to participate in polls, make sure you're in the Discord. I will pop the stuff back up later. Could I have a single coal, please?
Hold on, yeah. I'm just getting the rest of it here.
Thank you. Should, if I'm lucky, okay, I did put dynamic lights in.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Ah, fuck!
The witch is trying to hit you from downtown.
Help, I'm poisoned.
It's dead, it's dead. Oh! Oh god. Oh, that hurts. What a bitch. Okay. Careful with the dripstone. Because that'll just kill us if it falls on us.
I'm so blind. I gotta turn off this fucking light because it helps with the glare.
Yeah, I'm like passing. Set up a area you can put stuff. Hi, I have 16 iron.
Hell yeah. If you could use a little bit to make a pickaxe so we can try to get to Nether. Because we need diamond. We need to be able to get diamond for the
We don't even need a pickaxe then. I mean, we do need a pickaxe, but I'll make buckets too, and we can just build one right here.
Okay.
To that. Okay, let's see. Can you find lava?
Yeah. Hello. Did you find any lava?
None yet. Maybe a little bit farther down. Right now I'm just smelting up some iron. Aha! My goal is just to get a full suit of iron armor.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of iron, yep. Ooh, speaking of iron.
Guess I could do a mining tunnel.
Ooh.
Take these with me.
I did not mean to. Hello? Did not mean to drop that.
Oh, I did a fucking escape tunnel. Dumb.
Aw, sadly I have to use the confetti hat.
Hi, I'm unmuting to tell you, you're gonna have to put a new source on for the camera because I moved over to my streaming PC
Okay.
with my model.
Can do.
My bad, I was trying to make it a little easier. I need OBS.
Thank you. Yay, rice coming. Okay, 1 second. Oh. Oh, Whisperer. Okay, Whisper Fool just did. Thank you, Fool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, they did that a little bit ago. If you didn't add it to the time, I don't remember. Oh, I forgot to do... Hold on. I was doing the wrong... throne thing. That. There we go. That's the nail business one. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I put a little fucking message thingy. Uh-huh. Nerd. Ooh, I found diamonds. Hi. I found some diamonds. I don't have an iron pick, so. Please be 3. Oh, thank goodness. Nice. What was that? How many was that? Oh, I can't hear you in game again.
God damn it. 5.
Hi.
Okay, let me finish. How you do that? Thank you. I'm doing this on the computer. Okay. Why are you hitting me with party poppers?
that's what's happening in the sheets later.
I'm not. They don't get a starting soon screen from me. We're just going.
Raw dogging. I should maybe make my model a little bit bigger on screen.
Huh?
Should make my model a little bit bigger on screen.
Oh yeah, I'm bigger than you on your own station.
You are bigger than me in Unity, so I'm so blue.
Yeah, and probably in real life, I'm probably taller than you.
No.
Taller. I'm taller than everyone. I'm 6 foot tall, Kai.
Oh, okay, I
Legitimately.
see. Then yes, you are taller than me. I'm itty
I'm taller
bitty.
than a vast majority of the population. Of women, at least.
Someone TP to me? Oh, hi, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Taylor. Oh, wait, is she broken on my side? She a little tweaked out. Do you like my new chat overlay? What do you think of the model, wife? What do you think of the model? I don't know. Oh yeah, she put it there for me to make me happy. She put the chair on her head.
Because I was sitting in the chair and I can't now.
Alright, now we have to find lava.
Yeah, there was somewhere I was.
There was?
Kind of, it wasn't like right where I was.
If you just do slash back,
like
we
I
can go
could
back
see
over
it.
there, yeah. When you're ready.
Oh well, I'm just in a hole, so like trying to get to it. But yes, we can.
Yeah, my boyfriend has no money to give himself a sub. He just bought me Tamagotchi Life, so he's broke now.
So he's broke now. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, well, because fucking Nintendo wants an arm and a leg from you. Tell me I'm wrong. What the fuck? That's crazy. Hi, Galaxy. Go vote in the Discord for emotes, by the way.
Okay, Katie will be with us in a second. I just had to give her the mod pack. Okay, let me go back.
You can also vote for more than one, by the way. Vote for 2. Hell yeah. If you're free right now and have Minecraft, you can join in on that, because we're still doing it. Why is it stinky on the server? Rox's? Can't I drink? Thought you could drink these. Why can you not drink them? What the hell? Oh, I know why. Wait, nope, never mind. I don't know why, actually. Oh, boy! I'll suck something else if you don't stop me. Anyway.
What?
Nothing to worry about it.
I found some gold.
Hell yeah.
So there's I think a mine shaft down here somewhere, and I don't know if it's above us or below us or what.
Let me ask.
I'm gonna go down. Oh, it's below us. I found it. the wall.
Ah!
Careful. Hold on. Yep. Be
Pain.
careful.
Oh, that's gonna spawn a bunch of stuff.
Oh! Okay. Fine. The child is the only problem. And he got hit with something. So. Oh. Well.
Ouch.
Come back. Oh, you're not dead. That's right. I'm coming. Ow. 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 Okay.
They didn't specify.
That's so true. Oh my god,
Oh, let me mute. Here again. I've got to get some music on his stream. Okay,
Look through the window.
Stop it.
Get away from me. Dommage! All of my friends are here. I'm so gay for everyone.
Oh, you bitch.
Hold on, I'm coming. I'm coming.
There's a witch.
I'm coming. Don't you worry. I'm coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Puppies. Oh.
They keep healing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ah!
Oh my god. Dude.
I forgot to put looter.
Fuck that witch.
Ooh, lost eye. Not that we're gonna be able to have time to do a dragon.
I need
Ah!
that. I need that. I do need that. I don't really need a name tag. Is there...
Wait, where was the lava?
We need string and leather.
I have some string.
Yeah, the only problem is leather.
We'll probably have to go back up. Hi.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
know
we
why
need a big
my
backpack.
blurps are not working.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them were.
Hi!
There it goes. It was just fucking delayed for some reason.
Well, we can get back here.
Yeah, if we just do
What is
back, we can
that?
come back.
Is it a ghost? What is
Oh
that?
yeah, it's a ghost mine from Alex's. If you follow him, he's supposed to lead you to diamonds, but...
He's supposed to lead us? I mean, we can grab some more. I have 7
Hello?
right now.
Ah, you hoback. What? Who said that? Wow.
Dude, there's a giant spider following you, I'm just saying.
My sword.
Okay, it wasn't that huge, actually. Ew, why do they do that?
Oh, so the animation for the spider.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's horrible.
What the hell happened to all my iron?
Disgusting.
Oh, crap,
Ouch.
guys.
Yeah?
I've got... Oh man, there's only one.
Backpack.
What happened to all my iron? Hi, Ryan. Thank you for coming.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
I hate the sounds of the ghosts. Eligio! Hello! Eligio, hello! I have enough to make boots. She fine. Oh, she found some lava. Ow! Oh, hold on.
Okay, there's a lot of... Why are they ignoring you? Why did that man have it in for me? What did I do?
Have you not been on this whole time? Did you install the Minecraft pack?
Let me empty. I don't need the BDAY. I guess I can go to the stream. I'm gonna eat the beetroot. Don't need that. Don't need these. Did I pick a...
Unsaid.
You bitch, dude.
Well, import the fucking mod pack to CurseForge. What do you mean? You know how to do this. The one that I sent to the group chat.
Okay. Need more lava. Alright. Oh, there's skeletons! Careful, there's skeletons, and I don't have my shield up.
I'll resend it to this chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Father. I have 2 moms now.
Yeah, Missy was still asleep.
I know.
Hey, at least she's up now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, there's that. Fortis?
Yeah,
Okay,
they have.
I'm not gonna worry about that right now.
Now we need water, right?
We need lava. Careful.
I've been pegged.
Oh god. I'm coming, hold on.
Hello, hello, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have my shield up, good sir. I'm coming. Oh, there's creepers, be careful. I can't get that one.
I don't have any food.
I don't have any either. Creeper, careful.
Hi. Ooh, I got haste from that. Ooh.
Oh, sweet. Okay. This is what we needed.
What do you
I'm
got?
trying to use up this fucking wooden pick, so it's out of my inventory.
Okie doke.
I don't know if this will have enough in it, but that's a pool rather than just a source water.
Okay. I'll be right back, I'll be right back.
Can you hear? Well, you can't hear the game. I know that. Can you hear me though? Yes. Okay. That's all. Where nothing's happened in the game. There's nothing happening except this blowing up. Kai is troubleshooting, so she hasn't been saying anything. I'm trying to get us into the nether here. Oh, I'm almost dead. I don't know what that is. The road. There we go. I'm hoping this pool of lava has enough source blocks. That way we don't have to go hunting. We do need gravel though. Finding 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6. Oh, you know what? It's not. My audio relay wasn't running. No wonder. Here we go. Music should be playing now. And fishing is going to be starting. Trying to make sure I'm not missing any DMs or anything. Yep. Yeah, we're logged in. Okay, fishing is also up. Whew. Oh. Fidget toys together. Oh, head pads and stuff are going to look weird because my model screen is actually larger than it usually is. Let me actually make it a little smaller. I'm a wee bit big. Okay, whoa.
Don't
Hello.
mind me.
But yeah, my model cap's a little bit larger because like Kai needed it bigger, so.
Okay, I'm back.
So it's a little weird. It's not gonna be across my whole screen like if you start a few things.
What happened?
So if you do headpads and stuff, that'll look normal. If you do like a throwable, it's.
Hi, Waver.
You fucking asshole.
Get him. Thank you.
Ooh, I'm 1 heart.
I'm doing pro strat moves. Oh, we're almost there?
We need 4 more, yeah.
Nice.
And then we need, if you can find flint, I have iron.
Okay.
Where's the hole?
I'm gonna go back to spawn for that and then I'll come back down. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Our goal is just to get resources for right now, and then we'll spawn the wither.
Okay.
I need flint. I gotta find flint. Yeah, well, I'm rushing nether to get it. Because we're gonna use the wither skull to spawn the wither storm, so. Everyone else just needs to get, gear right now. If we're not wither skull in hand by the time we reach one in like 15 minutes, we're just gonna manually do it. Because some people have to go, so I want people to be able to dissipate in wither. Okay. My flint. Hi.
There's zombies beating my ass, but
Fine.
I'm good. Did you bring food?
No, I did not.
That's okay. We could probably find something there.
I need a chest. Need to get some. So to do it the Curse Forge way, you need to open Curse Forge and go to Minecraft on it, and then do import, and then, well, okay, can you screenshot and send me a DM of it or something? Which one did you import? Because the Modrith Prism one isn't for Curse Forge. Ouch.
Yeah, ouch indeed.
Hello.
Puppies.
What the hell? Okay, wait, one second.
Puppies, please.
Oh my god, I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Oh, we're both dead now.
Oh, that fucking sucks. I was gonna come in all hero like and I fucking died. There's a lot of mobs here. What did you do to piss them off, Kyle?
Well, we all have to die now.
Really?
Oh my god.
I. Oh, thank you.
Look at this nonsense.
Good God, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Gravel. There's gravel everywhere.
Hold on, I got you.
Yeah. You're so strong, Kai. You're so strong.
I'm like trying to fill it in.
Pro Minecraft strats.
Well.
Cocaine. Hey. I'm hurt. I'm so hurt.
Wait, you're doing so good though.
Screen share what you see then, or screenshot what you see, because I need to look at it. Everyone else imported and it's fine, so I don't know. Did you extract the zip?
Oh, yeah, that could be it.
Because you're not supposed to extract the zip. Oops. I need to make... things.
Can I have bombs? What do the bombs do? Can I just throw them at people? And they explode?
Probably, yeah. Please don't
That's
hurt me.
interesting. I'm gonna try that later. Also, there's a little skeleton guy here.
Ouch.
Oh. Are you kidding me?
What are you doing?
Dying.
We're just having fun.
Do you want to go to the surface with Spawn and try to get some meat for us for the nether and stuff? Okay, thank you.
Wait, let me just get some of the iron and...
I'm just trying to get rid of the fucking lava.
I got a hat! I got so cool sunglasses, let's go! Yeah, they don't even cover my eyes. You okay? Hold on, I'm coming. Ouch! I'm being pegged!
No!
No lube.
Nope.
Hi, Mom! Ah! Help me!
I love how I was trying to... What the actual fuck? Oh, yeah.
Ah! 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 Ah!
What in God's name is happening right
Ah!
Whoa!
Take the hit for me.
Alright, let's get out of here. I'm gonna get some meat.
They're shooting at each other.
Literally no lube, one after the other in rapid succession. Are you dead again, Rye? Hold on, I'm coming, boo-boo. I'm coming.
How do I do the TPA things? Wait, what are the other things? Oh god. You're doing good. You're so cool. You're so cool.
It's slash spawn for spawn, slash back to come back to your last TP point, and then TPA space username to TP to someone.
Oh. Okay,
I think I killed you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna TPA my ass out of here because this is getting redonkulous.
Yes, this is what I was talking about in Smash Your Pass. Alright, I have the flint and steel.
Okay, I just gotta unbury the fucking portal.
Alright, so we're just gonna get to the nether and then I'm gonna spawn it because I only have here for about an hour, so as soon as the portal light is lit and we go through, then I'm just gonna spawn in the Wither Storm.
In the nether?
No, in Overworld. But I just want to get the achievement that we were in the nether.
Get the last lava. There's lava up there too.
We're almost there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fucking make this where I won't die coming out of the portal. I love how I said, we need gravel, and the universe said, you need gravel, and gave me 1,000,000. Not this much gravel, thanks.
I literally have nothing in the way of gear. I lost like all of my fucking.
What? What the fuck? I just placed that lava and I got rid of it.
The hell?
I don't know. Oh, hi Slayer, thank you. Because of what I put it on? Try that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for the hot bats.
Okay.
Oh my, how lewd!
Oh no, I've been pixelated.
No. They're above my face. It's fine. Where is... I need another lava. Hold on. There's so many creepers. Great. That was lovely. A bat just killed itself.
Alright, keep inventory is now true because we're getting close to Nether. I have the flint and steel. I'm ready.
Hold on. Don't light it on me, please.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Here. We need that. I've got a singular piece of gold, but we're good. I have no armor, but it's fine.
Who's that over there?
Hi.
Hi. You guys ready for pain?
Another.
Oh
God.
I'm really not ready, but let's fucking go. Like, we ball.
Okay, Alright, everyone start funneling back to the overworld. Ow!
Well, there's rocks. Whoa! Why did we come out here? Well...
I'll be
Hey,
so real.
let me look.
That's all I got.
Wait. Wait, what? You got full iron? This is crazy.
I'm struggling. I got burger too.
A burger? Wait, that's kind of cute. I like that. It's party food.
I got these two, but I don't have two. I don't have two eyes.
I got
What eye?
I got a big brain. Anyone feeling big brains?
No, I feel very tiny
Fine.
brain
Guy,
actually.
why did
Yes.
that portal come back to here and not...
Oh, because they had a
water?
portal and it's in the same, like,
With
trunk
mean
area
eyes.
thing.
Can I just see if
Wait,
it goes
wait.
back? Because we have iron in
Let me take
this
off my
portal.
sunglasses.
You should be able to slash back to that area, maybe.
Where's the eye?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
I'll
shit.
just-
Flashback to put me in the house.
I'll go down there with spectator mode and TP you down there.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
What am I?
Whisper, can you find our chest? Please. Your Sid. Have I found it? Alright, I'm gonna come to spawn when you can. Is your Wi-Fi all fucked up, Galaxy?
Here. Hi.
Thank you.
I can make us boots and pants. That's all
Boots
I
and
got.
pants and boots and pants. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we got all that stuff. But that's all we had.
I'm gonna set my homie here, I guess.
Salt ore.
Let's spawn over here.
Cool.
Okay.
Wait, Hero?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
Making a deck
Huh.
relief.
I need to go find food. Oh, what happened?
You
There we go.
need food.
Yeah.
I was like, I've been playing on a hardcore thing for a while, so I'm used to quick prepping.
Yeah, I also on her hardcore thing, cause yeah, I have a Lon Lon
Oh
ranch on that one.
no. I do a every other week. I do a series with a bunch of friends where we play
Oh,
hardcore
nice.
together. And if we die, we restart. If anyone dies.
Oh, great.
No, it's awful.
So if one person dies, you all
It's okay.
restart?
Kai has
Yep,
talked
the
me into
world
doing a
restarts.
fucking
Oh, dang.
Nuzlocke,
We're
soulbound
60
Nuzlocke
plus
with her.
attempts in. Oh, say that one more time, so I'm
60.
sorry.
I talked her into
Fine.
doing a soul link with infinite fusion for my Pokemon.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, Nuzlocke.
Yes, everyone needs to funnel to spawn.
Are we singing happy birthday? Is that it?
No, please don't.
Y'all are more welcome to. I'm good. 1 second, I must go test my Deku Leaf. Okay, that worked. Never mind, I found it. I was going to go test it in the hurricane or tornado over there, but
In the hurricane.
oh, that was the immediate first thing when I was told there was a
Really kill
tornado.
him.
I made a paraglider quickly to fly around.
The tornado might help us,
Wait,
by the way. I don't know if the tornado is strong enough to pick up the wither storm, but it might.
Hello.
I have
I hope
15
so.
arrows.
I have
feel
absolutely
high.
nothing.
I
Wait,
can't
where's
use
my-
the crafting stuff over there.
Where did my UI go? How did I accidentally get rid of my UI? Hello?
F1.
Hey,
Are you in
Tomato.
cinematic mode?
No?
Whoever needs armor, there's 2 pieces of iron.
For some reason my F1 is also bound to my F3? Hold on.
This is fun. That's fine.
I'm not naked. Ooh.
Yippee!
1 second, let me just you know what? My pickaxe or my 1 second. There you
Hey,
go.
tornado!
Man, I love bubble tea in the morning.
Here.
Oh god.
You get all my old shit.
I'll take whatever I can get.
Spawn protection, yeah.
I want to go and do it.
You have no arm. Oh no.
Yeah, I kind of just got here.
Oh my god. This is.
No, but
This
listen, this is more fun. It's more fun this way, right? Like,
This
is
is
gonna
I'm gonna have a
the.
blast.
but you're a
Go test
Minecraft
my
pro, right?
patience.
Surely.
Yes,
what I
Pork, I
need.
did think I was unprepared. My chat was. I was sitting here the entire time in the cave watching y'all go to the Nether and shit, being like, "Oh, I'm gonna be
That's a
so
fucking
far
tornado.
fucking behind y'all." And it was like, "Nope, I am actually one of the most prepped here."
Wait, who doesn't have any gear?
No.
Take my pants.
Yeah.
Just what I needed. Pants.
I won't.
Like in Minecraft, I'm never prepared ever. Like I'm so bad at this game.
Here, okay,
But
hold on.
that's part of the fun of it too. You know? Just being
If
bad.
anyone has raw iron still,
A bit.
here's a
The
couple
llamas,
wait,
the
no.
llamas look very interesting.
I got.
There's a couple blast furnaces for
I-
last minute spelting if you have it.
It's a stone. We cannot use them. I think.
Can you
I
not?
cannot.
No,
I
I
cannot
can't
do
either.
anything.
Oh, you might
Can't
have
use them.
adventure mode.
No.
You can use it over there. For some reason, this area is
I
not.
I can touch it.
Well, you're OP.
Okay,
That's
okay.
why.
Yeah. It's.
Where
it's
is it not?
stone,
Where
yeah,
can I
there's
where can I put it?
Over here.
Over here. Okay.
Oh.
Kai,
Thank you.
What are...
Last minute smelting for everyone.
Yippee!
Just smelt my entire body. It might be more useful.
Are you gonna? That sounds. Wait.
Oh, I got.
I'm taking it.
Hello.
My nuggets. My nuggets.
Who needs
Hello?
a chest piece and a sword?
I wouldn't mind a chess piece.
I got a chest piece. I
Thank
also
you.
got some spare iron if
I
anyone
think
needs
I
any
most
more
definitely
armor.
need a sword.
Give
I
it-
have one
give a
diamond
chest
and
piece?
obsidian if we
No.
want to
Oh,
make
yeah,
Who,
I
need,
have-
who
together.
needs a sword? I got an extra iron sword.
I could use it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Oh,
What
thank
do you think of the model, by the
Yes.
way? Did you see?
I don't know y'all's voices, so I didn't know.
Did you see the model yet, Hero?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'll check it out at some point. It's kind of hard to pull up streams whenever I'm streaming.
That's fair. I'll be posting photos of it in the Discord anyway,
I can tank.
and other photos in the lower
I'm
channels of the Discord.
Need a shield and sword.
Actually, I'm gonna post those photos now.
Bum, 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 bum.
Does anybody have a book, maybe?
I have potatoes. Oh, I have a Frostwalker too book if you want it.
Honestly, yeah, it would be good enough.
Okay, here you go.
And I need one more diamond just so I can
What
make
about
like an
wood?
enchanting table.
I love the lag.
All right, if you guys want to see any special elf photos, I've tagged a certain role.
Is there still
the
iron
Discord.
in here?
No.
Oh, okay.
What?
I just need a leaf. Is there leaves in here? Ow! Why am I being
do?
tagged?
Oh,
What
I
the-
Look at him.
just need one. Let me.
That's kind of wild.
Okay.
Wait, what do you need?
Ooh, piece of candy.
Oh, thank you.
A leaf and not
Interesting.
be
Yeah, what do you
randomly
need?
attacked?
I can take this back. I just need one diamond for the enchanting table.
Do you need obsidian for the enchanting table?
Nah, just need the book.
Obsidian!
There we go.
Oh, Galaxy's gonna be so unprepared.
Well.
I don't have any,
Everyone, get rid of your poppers now. Let's go.
I don't have any lapis.
Dude, my laptop is really weird.
I have a teacher.
I have lapis if anything needs it.
I
Stop
do.
hitting me. Thank you. Welcome.
God, it takes 3? That's kind of wild.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Sounds like
Who's
Kai's having a
Spider-Mania?
bit of a time.
Can I yoink that?
Stop.
3?
Yes. Oh.
Oh, thank you.
Let me know.
Appreciate ya.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
I have some flint
Crazy.
to make arrows.
Anyone got any
Oh, the
extra
wind.
lapis?
Lapis.
Apparently threw all mine out. Yeah.
Who had lapis?
I'm doing fine.
I have lapis. Give me a second.
The wind actually moved the
Hi,
confetti.
Tommy.
Oh.
Hi, Noswell.
You're good. I've got.
There you go.
Your left.
How much is left? Oh.
40.
Okay. Fantastic.
Who had all these seeds?
We are. I mean,
use
this
the
isn't
seeds to make
helping, but
food.
honestly, Smite's better in this case, which is crazy to say.
Yes.
Oh, I should
Smite?
probably
Let's
enchant my
crafting the
sword.
mines going. We're bone rushing the wither.
She's here. She's made it.
Get her. Get her.
Hello, other wife.
Okay.
Don't forget to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Not giving me some,
Wow.
oh well, I guess I'm playing the shot.
The hell?
Alright, hold on. Here, hold on. I'm gonna do everyone a little favor.
That's okay.
Thanks, I'll accept the ban.
Oh,
I came.
You what?
God damn.
Wait a
Oh
second.
man, that's crazy.
Steady. Online? In public?
Alright, this is gonna help with.
Milk.
In my Minecraft server.
Yeah, I'm helping a little bit of people out because this is gonna take a long time to do. So, who's
Yes.
the fuck is making a tower to oblivion?
I have taro milk.
I don't know.
Zoom in.
Oh, that's the one.
Who is that?
Zoom in.
And
Enhance.
enhance.
Zoom in.
They want you to know. They want you to know.
Why is nighttime
Oh,
taking
is
fucking
it
ages?
Origin?
I think it might be Hero, yeah.
I think it's Origin.
My ass.
Zoom enhance. I don't think that's gonna help
They
him.
governed themselves as we work. They knew.
Oh, you're just speed running bread.
Speedrun bread. Go.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing.
Anybody need
Speed
food?
running bread.
I'll probably, yeah.
I got my
I'll
stack
take
of
some.
bread
Thank
already.
you. Goodbye.
Who needs some? Who needs to get some
I need some.
bread?
Make some bread.
Some bread.
I would appreciate
I'm not
some
gonna
bread.
lie, I thought you said head, not bread.
Yeah, I mean,
Both
Head.
I'm offering if anyone's taking.
Everyone says yes.
Wait, what?
And everyone agrees.
Everyone get in the line. Let me put my lipstick. Let me put my lipstick on.
Oh god.
Thank you.
That's all the bone marrow I
Thank you
had.
for coming. Alright, it's almost daytime.
With this.
I have 5 more lapis if anyone needs it.
You know what I'm gonna do with it?
No.
It's
How do I
gone.
get a tower immediately? We've barely been on this server and already there's just...
Alright, it's daytime.
Oh my god, why is there so many seeds?
Are you ready?
Because.
Oh, I'm ready.
Great.
I think I'm the most prepared here.
Ow. Oh, it works now. Okay, good.
You okay?
Yay! Okay.
Guys, don't
Guys,
worry.
I'm half
I got
dead
this.
already.
I
is
go.
Yeah, I believe.
Bye-bye.
I
I
definitely.
can't wait
She's
to watch
on
all
it.
of you die.
I'm hiding behind Rye.
That building over there.
I wish you reached
Yeah,
out
I'm
to me
gonna
so I
make
could
a
ignore you.
I'm gonna make a super shield. I got the diamond sword
Who
and
is
everything.
hitting my
The wither,
ass?
it's the wither storm, dude.
Why is the wither storm
Do
after
you
my
want to
ass?
enchant your diamond sword, maybe?
I don't have enough levels for that.
You need like
Let
2
me
or 3.
reorganize my
Hell.
I have
have
2.
my stuff
One
here.
now.
Can I get some
Okay,
lapis? Can I get some
Yeah, we don't have
lapis?
time anymore.
Yes, I have some.
I got
Let me
some
find- How many do you
lapis.
need?
I don't know.
Good luck, I guess.
Well,
I gotta do it quick. I gotta do it quick. I gotta do it quick.
That's a little dude.
I do not have
That's a
any
little
projectiles. Oh
kinda
no, I do
dude.
have some projectiles. Let's go.
Oh. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens.
oh, there he is. He's so little.
Starts out as a wither.
Yeah, it starts as a wither. He evolves over time. He's not something we.
I can get him.
He's not.
I don't have.
Can I blow?
Get him!
I don't have any arrows.
Too many people are shooting.
We would have a pillar up to him. I don't have arrows.
Everybody's hitting me, so easy.
Guys, I don't have blocks, so have fun.
Get him!
You got dirt.
Pro Minecrafters here. Let's go! Everyone's coming together. Beat his ass!
Hey guys, I
I'm gonna let the pro stratters do it.
God.
Alright, save your arrows. Save your arrows, I think. Save your arrows.
Because of me. That's why it's running. Hold on, I'll lead him back.
Whisper, can you hear me? In 15 minutes, drop another 32 count of arrows for people. Do it at everyone. Or not 15, every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. Drop some arrows. Oh,
Ow.
there you go.
Oh, is there another one? Did you spot another one?
Huh?
Nope, he upgrades. He upgrades. Upgrades, people.
Did it suck my sword? What the fuck?
He evolves.
It sucked your sword. Hello?
My sword is already gone. I took a few swings.
Me and my sword are gonna
You can also, yeah, bless people with a sword or arrows every 5 minutes. Oh god!
Crazy.
We're also
There's
all
like
in
10
like
above
no
and
gear. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, the Wither Storm is not balanced. That's the whole point.
Oh.
Yeah, you're supposed to have some netherite to fight it.
Stop.
Also getting higher.
God, he's too fucking high.
I'm gonna go build a house.
Alright. Alright, guys. Everyone come down.
Yeah.
He's not beatable before stage 4. Our job is to run and keep gearing up.
Can't want it.
I need a backpack then. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Fuck off. Oh, hey, look, guys. Come here. What do you have? A globe, a nautilus shell, blue dye, a bucket of tropical. Dude, this is gonna help me.
You never know. Backpack on the ground.
Oh, backpack.
It might be bugged.
Ow.
We can go make some.
I think they
We're
tried
just gonna
giving
have
them
to-
to us, but our inventories are full.
My inventory was full, but
No, I think it's just lagging.
that's also an
Ow.
option, yeah.
Why do I not?
Oh, I did some. Oh, you got the backpack.
No,
Oh!
Alright, I'm back in Minecraft.
It dropped me. Because when you die, you end up on the floor and you go, oh no!
Have fun!
See? Like that. That one. That happened last time.
Oh no, the water trader!
No, I will keep learning
Oh, no. I didn't do this. You shall not kill me. Oh, God.
Okay.
How?
I'm here.
Come here, come with me. We're going on a journey.
Okay.
Maybe happy if I can get him on the way. I don't know. Just we ignore it for now. That's the same.
For now, okay.
That's the point. Is it fine?
Storm is coming. Storm is coming.
Da,
Storm is
da,
coming.
da,
Storm is coming. The storm is coming.
Okay, anyway, bye-bye. Okay, so where are we going?
Yeah, where are we going? Where can we go? What are we?
Away from the
What do
big
we
scary
need to
thing.
destroy?
The goal is... Wait,
I'm not paying for it.
Listen, he's not scary. He's just misunderstood. I can fix him. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, I know. I'm so turned on right now.
Yeah, hear me out on the Wither Storm. Hear me out.
No, literally.
He's literally on my Smasher Pass with Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hear
We literally put him on there because he's so hot.
Why does that
know
thing
what?
take so much durability from my sword?
Because it's not supposed to be beatable right now.
Yeah,
Wither
I
Storm
tried
Yowie.
using a shield against it and
Yes,
it disappeared in
that's
a
literally
Yeah.
With a storm X orbital
So
cannon.
what happens is he evolves. He evolves, and then there's gonna be a Wither symbiote that spawns that we have to kill to make the F-bomb,
Like
and then we
Python
blow him up with the F-bomb.
Yeah, that's probably
F
the
bomb. Do we just like swear at him?
Well, I'm demonetized.
Yeah.
Fuck you. What? I mean, what?
Huh?
Who said that?
Yeah,
The meat
so
bomb with the symbiote.
yeah, so we have to wait until the symbiote spawns. We just keep running north,
Okay.
keep looting, keep gearing. He follows players, so he will slowly make his way over to us.
Great.
Did you say looting? LOOT or LUW?
No, we're looting the.
Loot?
Shut your mouth. I did know that was happening. That's why I wasn't fighting it. I just wanted to see them gang up on him. I hear him. We should keep moving. We should keep moving.
I know it was.
You go
We
back
already
Where?
saw a video like of how to make it, but it's already.
Whisper, do you have access to the console yet?
Driving in my car.
I literally did that meme with my friend of mine recently.
Fucking wombat, what's he there?
Because he killed his brother. He killed his brother.
Anyways.
Oh,
Oh.
Not the brother.
I'm full. How am I supposed to get the stuff?
Driving
you're
in
what?
my car.
Stop sipping that, staring at me.
I'm drinking your milk.
Like how?
What the fuck?
I can hear him in the distance, dude. It's so scary.
It tastes
Come here.
like taro.
Mm.
I have armor for you. Come here.
Your
Get your ass back here.
Yes, thank you, Pyro. We're at 11 hours. Oh, hold on. I gotta turn off my fucking,
driving in my car, baby.
now.
I forgot to turn them on.
I'm scared.
There we go.
Oh.
You guys are just down here.
Well, we're trying to see if we can find a chest. So
You died 3 times.
You're great.
You
Hey,
died 3 times.
I
Think there's no, that was the arrows. That was the arrows. Don't hit me.
listen, when I run out of milk, I have to get more.
Huh?
Help, I fell in the pit. Help. Help.
Oh. Help.
Help.
Fallen can't get up. Fallen can't get up.
Ouch.
Driving in my car.
I'm being threatened to get my
Guys, I
sparrows on
killed
me.
something.
Let's go.
Guys, I did it. I'm so good at this.
Cow. Kill the cow. We need food.
Kill it. Matalo.
And more backpack.
Matalo.
I don't need backpack. I have no items. I just got here.
Yeah. You
I
should.
have nothing.
You should have a bow.
I have nothing. Ah! I do have things. I have things that I was given.
You gave us all a backpack?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No. No, I have a backpack. I have it. I didn't say I didn't.
Isn't using it. Isn't using it on purpose.
No. I don't need to.
Help.
So you're not using it on purpose. I'll rescue you.
Helped, God.
I'll rescue you. Ah, rescue me now.
I am. I'm helping. Watch out.
We're going back to the land of the living, man. Oh. Go this way.
I'm like lagging. I wonder why.
Because it chunk loads.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because there's a wither storm chasing us. Just a guess.
Nah, I don't think so.
Just a guess. Just a random guess.
Nah.
Well, let's keep moving. We're going north, right?
Yeah.
Driving in my car and looks like a deer. Wow.
Deep.
I love it.
Fucking face it.
Oh.
It's my.
Do not deep.
Hold on. It should go. It should start moving after it evolves more. He's so hot. I love him. Hi.
Hello. I ran into somebody
Dying.
else's tunnel, which I have a feeling it's mine.
I asked my dad for cheesecake for my birthday instead of ice cream cake. And I said I just want plain. He was like, "You don't want you want Munster or pepper jack cheesecake?" And I'm like, "You fucking dumb." we're just gearing right now, I think, yeah.
I'm hoping to grab some extra diamonds. So.
Hi. Ah! Why are you up here?
Backpack already. I'm watching it from afar. I found a spyglass.
Oh, fair.
There's not a lot more gearing I can do by the time it transforms. So I was like, I'm just gonna watch it for now and talk to my chat.
Valid.
Because I got a spyglass, so. Oh, I lost sight of it. That's not good. It's on the move. Yeah.
I'll hang out with you.
You're good. This was certainly the planning of all time.
I know, right? I'm so good with plans. Oh.
Hey, apparently. Oh, you gave me a bunch of shit.
Oh no, I have Whisper giving us some stuff. Whisper's my mod.
Yeah. I need a lot of shit. Damn it! I could have made this spyglass into a Witherstorm glass.
Witherstorm glass?
Yes, it'll tell me the phase and other useful information. It's a phasometer. Like hit you on that spyglass. You're in preschool. Never mind.
What's it called?
Just hit you on it. You on the spyglass I gave you.
No, I was gonna, hold on. Wait, does it tell you? Oh, with this one?
No, that's just the normal spyglass. You turn the spyglass into a phasometer, which allows you to get information on the weather storm. If I would have known that, I would have been making it a lot sooner.
I'll trade you the spyglass for the phasometer.
Okay.
There you go. You'll be our personal info guy. Oh, I picked it up. Hold on, here you go. What's it reading?
I gotta get closer. My people need me.
So fucking laggy. Holy shit. Hi, guys.
Yeah, the weather storm chunk loads, so which is what is concerning me with the Minecraft server. I might have to upgrade the Minecraft server for a summer event, but we have a balance on it, so I could upgrade it.
Oh, yeah. So that I can get... Can you make a furnace out of deep slate?
I don't think so.
I have a furnace.
Oh, you have a furnace?
Hi.
Hey. Hi.
Are you suffering?
No.
Damn.
Are we just like now we try to survive and equip ourselves to fight it?
Basically, because we can't fight it right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
then
I'm
I
hungry.
am trying to make guns.
Hell yeah, pepper poppers. Save those, they give you strength. Trying to make guns?
Right? Not there's guns?
No, I didn't hear what you said, so I just heard you.
Oh yeah, no guns because there's a workbench for guns and guns.
Oh yeah, I forgot to put. I forgot to
I
put
figure
that
that's a
in
better
here.
way to take that thing out.
Yeah, probably.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
We're just trying not to die out here too. But I also,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on. Jesus! Thank you, Valik! Thank you! Thank you so much! Oh my god, here comes all the fucking phone. Yo, Whisper's got her work cut out for her now. Thank you! Good gracious! Oh my god! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I can't, I have my hands clasped together, but my hands don't fucking, they don't like going together. Thank you. Valic has struck again, yes. Hi. I think you got pretty far from it, to be honest.
I'm just
Oh,
looking
it's
for
over
iron
there.
now.
I can see it.
Ah.
Fog.
It is huge. They change how everything spawns in here. I mean,
You know,
most
literally.
changes.
Guys are so. I'm gonna start crying. Guys, so nice to me. You want to taste my tears? They're happening. It's happening right now. I'm crying. Thank you. God. Yes, yes, that was definitely the nail tips were in the, and the tools were definitely needed. That's what I originally said at the beginning of the thing too. Nail polish, tools, and the cleaning supplies. Thank you so much. Everything else is secondary. What? Oh, it's. I'm gonna go check on others.
Okay.
Oh. Hi.
Oh. Oh, hello.
How's it hanging?
We're just. I don't know, going places. We're just enjoying our time.
That deep dish touch.
Wait.
Let's
Here,
go.
here.
Yeah.
Show it again. Hi.
Yeah, it's a manual timer because it's through Throne. I put in a request months ago for them to make a subathon timer. They haven't gotten to it, so.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna go check on others.
Okay.
Pure logs.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Kai. I heard that we can make guns, so we're making guns.
Hell yeah. I don't know how useful they'll be against him, but...
I mean, I think we tried it before, didn't we?
I'm not sure.
When we were testing it.
Oh! It's my birthday! Why would you do that?
We get birthday beatings.
Oh, if you're gonna
punches.
beat me, do it now. Ouch! Why would you do it?
You're doing it wrong. While she's distracted, we just start booting her.
Why am I... Hello?
Hello?
I'm being carried. I'm being carried. Put me down! Put me down! Help!
Bye, Kai.
Help!
How did I do that? Oh, like that.
Help!
Wait, where's the lava?
Wow, rude.
God damn it.
I've got the Shiki! Can't see.
go.
I can't see.
Is it that carry on thing?
Yeah!
We carry each other like.
Wait, see if you can pick me up while I'm holding Shiki. Damn.
It's over.
Yeah.
Here's your birthday gift.
No, you only want to because I mentioned it. Oh. Hi, Kai.
Hi. I see you.
I see you.
Looking at you. Receiving.
I'm just getting things and stuff
Okay.
and things and stuff and things
Alright.
and stuff and stuff and things and stuff
I'm
and
making
stuff and
guns.
things.
Hell yeah.
Stuff and things.
Yeah, as far
I'm
as I
using my
remember,
hella
guns
iron.
are pretty okay for taking him on.
What's the best for taking them on? What's the best?
Uh,
Can I make an orbital cannon?
I wish I had that in here.
Damn.
Driving in my car, I know who.
But yeah, just guns, nothing else.
Yes.
Okay. I need a hella iron, so.
You on your tower again?
No, I was in the bathroom. No, I'm just watching from afar. He's just kind of still in phase 3, and I'm about to have to go. So.
Okay, how about
It is
this?
about that time.
How about this? Me and you do a Witherstone challenge sometime.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you just caught me on a day where I had plans. I know.
Yeah. All right, I'll hit you up soon about that then, and then we'll do a little Witherstorm together.
Because yeah, we need to not deal with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is it taking so long, by the way, to transform?
It can take hours.
Excuse me?
I know. Yeah, that's why I said 4 p.m. my time would be like the cutoff. If we don't beat it by then I'm gonna reschedule for like an actual day for us to do it. Just dedicated to it.
This is as much as I hate saying this is something you would need to start at like my start time of. I think yours it would be 7 a.m. for you.
Yeah.
And then we fucking spawn this thing, hit a /RTP, and go get materials while it's
coming towards
doing
us.
this
Yeah.
fucking thing. Yeah, well, because RTP will transport you out. I mean, I did an RTP and it took me out like 20,000 blocks.
Okay.
So that'll give this thing time to fuck around and destroy 8 cities. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it probably should have been spawned right at the start.
I mean, I can force it to upgrade its thing if we all want to try to kill it now.
I have 10 minutes. I wouldn't force that on everyone else.
I kind of want to force it on everyone.
Yeah, that's up to you. I'm telling you what I got.
All right, we're gonna.
Grab all this food and these arrows. Yeah, I had no inclination as to what this thing was. Nope.
It's 3, right?
That's phase 3. We need it to be phase 4 before we can kill it. You will not first thing. No, I'm kidding. Come on, bitch.
Take me. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I can force that part though. Have you seen this thing before though?
No, this is my first time.
Yeah, fair enough.
I didn't play Minecraft story mode.
Yeah, I played
I was
it.
about to say, the only time I've seen this is in story mode.
That's what it's based on.
Yeah.
Come on, bitch, put me to the sky, you big fucking cunt.
Beat me up! I gotta look at the...
Oh? Hello, voice.
Excuse me.
Hi, sorry. Okay. Yes, please.
Huh?
Lapis. 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 On your... Oh, no stretching. Driving it.
Okay, it has to be...
I got a paraglider.
There we go. Now it's in the correct stage.
Here, yeah, I found an extra one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now it's in the correct stage that it can spawn the symbiote. Jesus! 24-hour stream is real. Ah. Ah!
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta keep inventory, so. Don't. I'm having that for my birthday dinner. After this, we'll probably hit pause so I can go get my sushi from there. Yeah. Hi. Oh. We're going together. Yeah. So I'll plan a day for all of us to actually like take it on legitimately someday. Thank you, Egg. Thank you.
Kai, where are you? I was like, let me give you my paraglider, since I'm about to have to. Here you go. Here's a Deku leaf.
Oh, thank you. So where to go?
Yes, since I'm about to have to go.
Oh, it just stole your. It just stole it.
Come over here. Follow me to this chest I made. The apples are just gone.
Oh, I'm gonna take your diamond chest plate, thank you.
You can have it all, huh? Gotta go quick though, it's about to start taking blocks. Thank you for it. Oh, well. Here's the sword.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming anyway. Yes, we'll do a day for this. I'll plan something later. I'll DM you.
It will, for me at least, it'll be after sometime after June.
Oh yeah. Well, I have my SMP in summer, so.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, catch you later.
Bye.
I disappeared.
Hi.
The water, it was lagging so bad the water wasn't going away. And
Oh.
it kept making all the lava into obsidian.
Yeah, so we're in stage 5 because I had to force it. Otherwise, we would not have been done in time.
Ow.
Oh god, okay. So we need to go back.
We're waiting for the symbiote to spawn.
For the what to get to spawn? Four. Three, actually. What are we looking for?
It's like a fucked up Steve that spawns that we have to fight to get the stuff we need for the F-bomb.
Great.
You guys going back to the Nether?
Yep.
I've done like fucking
It's
nothing.
lagging so bad. We're too close to the wither.
It sounded like it was given by a lawyer.
That it's lagging us out here.
There. Hi.
Hello.
You guys should see what it looks like.
Look, hi, I got bread.
You got what?
I got bread.
Oh, can I have some of your bread? Nah, I don't need. I got sushi.
Oh god, sushi though. I have one sushi too here.
Sushi.
Thank you.
I will take it.
What the heck happened?
No, I have your stream open on my phone, like right downside, like right in front of me. What the hell? You look so hot.
Right?
I was like looking like, damn.
Disrespectfully.
Yeah, what kind of respect would we need for her? We don't need any.
None. None. I'm looking at it with my feral eyes. With all the disrespect I could muster up.
Why am I faking?
Oh?
Why am I faking? Let me try plugging in.
Oh, wait. What is plugging out?
My little mini desk fan. It's like dying on me for some reason.
Is it like battery driven or?
It's rechargeable, but I've had it
USB.
plugged in. You can keep it on when it's.
Oh, like is it like one of those USB ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one of those too before, and like it works, but sometimes it has like it's a little bit quirky.
Good enough. No, it's supposed to. It'll do it.
Wait a second.
Ow.
Yeah, it does work. Oh,
What?
it's a bit more. It does damage. Players.
It does damage.
Oh.
Keep it on. Oh, I got.
It did 1.5 hearts.
Ouch. Yeah, no, it'll still work. It just takes a while for it to spawn it. I'm gonna crack open
A cold one.
Angry
I
Orchard.
thought it was about like half an hour. Something like that. I don't know, I don't remember.
One sec.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I just spilled water all down my shirt.
As long as it's only water, that's good.
Wet t-shirt club. Let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, I guess we just have to remove it.
Yeah, we just have to keep waiting.
Soon enough, everything is coming off.
Both of you to assume we have stuff on in the first place.
My angry orchard is fucking filling everywhere.
I
Oh,
opened
no.
the...
Do you need help cleaning up?
Oh god.
What's that?
That would be him.
What is that?
Oh yeah, my angry orchard is full on fucking frozen, dude.
Wait, what is him and who is him and what's happening?
Witherson be out. That upset.
I don't feel safe.
I believe that
anymore.
means he's above us too.
He's above us.
Hey, grab a non-fruit.
That's kind of hot though, not gonna lie. Like, I'm not mad about that.
Okay, let's bring Kai with us.
Yeah.
Collisions. Yeah, it's second floor. I don't know what they did with collisions.
Yeah, someone was selling a mini fridge for like $50, so I bought it for my booze.
So...
5 o'clock somewhere.
You got a little mini fridge.
I do.
I opened the bottle like as I joined the server, and it just spilled everywhere, like on the floor. But now it's good.
What you drinking?
Thank you.
But it was
Yeah, let's go! I'm dating Luigi!
Yippee!
on Yuffie's,
Yeah, I'm ready.
Tamagotchi life.
Mario Luigi?
Yes,
or
yes.
Is it another?
Mario Luigi.
Okay, listen, I need to see a screenshot of both of them.
Yeah, when you can, send a screenshot to me of us together.
Please, I need to see that.
Yeah, you guys are probably the closest to him.
It's because, listen, we have a connection. He felt I was here. It was meant to be this whole time.
Also, where is my enchanting table? I think it was left there. I think it's gone.
Oh, your
God.
enchanting table was...
Yeah.
Let me check on other people.
Okay.
Have fun.
Are you living?
I'm living. I'm being attacked by something invisible. There we go.
Oh, you're very far. I don't even see him. Oh, he's over there. He's over there.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna go check on other people.
I just booked it.
Hi. Are you living? Are you winning? I think she's AFK. Oh, you guys got wither sickness?
Yeah.
Fucking coughing all over me. Yeah, because you're like right next to him. You guys are probably the closest to him.
I'm fine. I'm chilling. I'm already purple. I can't get anyone purple, so I'm chilling.
Not me though. I'm turning purple.
See, me and Witherstorm are besties, we're friends. You would never.
Sure about that. Stop coughing on me.
I'm sorry. Look at me, Kai. Look at me. Look at me. I'm turning purple.
I can't see it at night, but yeah, I can kind of see it.
feel good. It doesn't feel good. and Rox keeps bullying me about being sick. I don't appreciate it.
Oh, you have a milk bucket. You should probably drink that.
Oh, milk!
I don't know if it'll cure wither sickness though. Got coughing.
No, I'm still sick.
Yeah.
The milk didn't work. It almost made it worse, actually.
It made you lactose intolerant.
I think I'm gonna shit myself too, man. I'm not feeling too good, man.
Poor day.
I took damage. I took damage.
Oh, we're at like 30 hours to my timer, by the way.
Oh, sick, dude.
Yeah, I'm dying internally.
Nice.
You can also add time with channel points, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let me make sure it's activated. Let me double check.
Oh yeah, brother. I hear Big Daddy Witherstorm.
Yeah.
He's like growling at me, huh? I'm kind of into it, but like not really. Cause he is gonna kill me.
Channel points, 50 points for 1 minute. It's uncapped right now, so spam it. You have 60 seconds to spam 1 minute channel points.
Where is it?
It'll show up in there. Refresh it if it doesn't show.
I don't see it. I'll have to refresh. Let me see. Aha! Yes, I got work to do. Secret tunnel. Who do you think you are? You fools, spam it.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, so you made fun of me. You made fun of me when I said I had copper, and now you need it. Ah!
Ouchie.
Oh my god. Ah.
20 seconds left.
I need to not die first. Hold up. Okay, guys, keep spamming. Go, go. Oh shit, I'm out of points.
Whisper has to calculate all that manually, by the way.
It's okay. I ran out. I ran out of points. I don't have any more.
All right, it's going off now.
I hope it's 5 hours more.
Okay, let's see. 1. I got it. Hold on. I'll count for her. I'll count for her.
Oh, you're so sweet.
1, 2.
The sweetest.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
Even
Thank
sweeter.
you.
Whisper saying she got it. Wow. Wowzers. Witherman, that's a big boy. Oh, sucks to suck. It's a shame I never picked any of it up.
Yeah.
Have you seen Rox's milk?
No, I don't know if I want to. Ah! Hi, Gojo.
It's
You like new model?
the taro milk.
Are these nuts?
Oh. What does that even mean?
I don't know, you figure it out.
Ice cream?
Uh.
Ugh. Oh! Yes! Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Fuck do I turn it lower on subathon timer? Whisper, can you, when you're done with that, can you see if there's any other timers that we can use? Thank you. Yeah, because the one for Stream Elements and Streamlabs required you to, like, pay for it. And I don't know if you could do manual time on them. I know Yuffie's had manual time. But yeah, the seconds are going down too fast on this one. Actually... Oh, cool. Sick. I'm doing, like, nothing. I'm not helping anyone right now. Who have I not dropped? Probably drop in on... Oh, good God.
Hi. Boat's over here.
I am. I'm eating some mutton. I'll get in your boat with you. Oops, sorry.
Boat over time. Oh, good.
We're just waiting for it to start the symbiote, so... If we make it to 3 and it hasn't spawned it, then I'll just give us a F-bomb.
There's a sea temple.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was just going in a random direction. I was like, oh hey, I'm in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, a drowned village. Wonder if I can get a trident. Because the last 2 times I've killed one. I've somehow gotten a trident.
Yeah, it's at phase 5.5, which is where it's supposed to be able to spawn the symbiote.
Is it like, does it spawn on somebody, or?
Yeah, it's supposed to spawn near someone. I don't know the full... since Hero wasn't able to stay for long, I'm gonna schedule a day to, like, redo this mod alone after the SMP.
Yay.
For guns.
I love the name of this sword.
Oh, wait. I've been useless. Me? What do you mean at me?
Ready for a ride?
Yes. To adventure.
It's north we go.
I'm drinking Angry Orchard cider.
Nice.
I had one in the freezer part of my mini fridge, but I forgot that it's not full alcohol, so it freezes.
Oh no.
Oh, my hands are fucking
behind us.
sticky.
We moved just in time. A tornado formed behind us.
Yeah, it's really good. Why is my minifan still fucking, like, dying? It's literally plugged in. I don't get it.
What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Way up, she's rising. Way up,
you.
she's rising. Way
Not you,
up, she's
Serenity.
rising early in the morning. Oh. I'm trying to remember how the rest of those lyrics go. Put him in the brig with the captain's daughter. Put him in the brig with the captain's daughter. Put him in the brig with the captain's daughter. Early in the morning.
For the SMP next year, it's gonna be a sea shanty type song.
Oh,
for the trailer.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a pirate adventure, so.
Oh hell yeah! High seas. It's just gonna be 90% ocean.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Let's hope no one has a fear of the ocean.
So what I'm trying to do is Sunken World, and there's a mod that enables that. However, I have to get the spawns right because it still generates the world biome, it just makes the water height taller. So I have to, like, manually add each and every sea creature to, like, a mod that allows it to spawn outside of ocean biomes.
That'd be cool. Trees. We found land. I'm generally just going north. There's no rhyme or reason for me to do what I'm doing.
That's the only sea shanty I have off the top of my head. Hey, rune nether portal.
I'm gonna go back to spawn real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Bye.
He's moving now. Yes. Wanna get this bitch ass to fucking spawn. We're already at fucking 3 hours. Please. I'd like time to play lethal. Ouch. I'm so sick. Oh god. Whee! My aim is not great. Hi.
A deal's a deal.
Thank you.
Can you not pick it up?
Yeah, I can. I just go. Thank you. Gee. It'd be so bad. Just gonna hide in a hole or something until. Till I'm done peeing. BRB, don't pee. Uh-oh. What the fuck's happening? What the hell is happening? Something happened! Oh my god! Holy crap! I hated Marleybone. They made the dogs not fuckable, alright? They used to be fuckable and now they're not.
Whoa.
Nah, it's crazy.
What the fuck is this hole? I love how we all had the same fucking
Please,
thought.
please, no! I almost had it! Oh! I saved it! I saved it! I saved it! I got home! Let's go! I'll tell you about it later.
Oh, hey! The children here for the fight.
Well, that's why we can revive you, baby.
What was that noise?
Welcome back. It's like it never happened. It never happened.
It was quicker for me to kill myself and have to revive me than wait for the fucking elevator.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait for the fucking elevator. If you can revive me, I'm just gonna have you revive me, dude.
Okay, I'll have to show you the fan art. Alright, I'll have to show you the fan art of him and you'll understand why. Oh, good god. He's not even my wildest, hear me out, but... Ah! Ah! I mean, but look at those beefy fucking arms, though, man. He could strangle me. Oh, good god. Oh, good god.
The shrimp got me.
Yeah, it's a mantis shrimp. They do some damage.
Love again. You just got to the big turret.
No, I just got fucked up.
And you die? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait, what happened?
You walked on a mantis shrimp and it punched you to death.
And I just now saw your DMs that just get.
Okay. Okay. No, I don't want G. I don't want G! You fucking asshole. Come on. There. Just a little bit more. Yeah! It's a bit fucked up. But I did it. Yeah, go towards that trader.
Oh, can someone come with me?
I'll go with you.
Thank you, Galaxy.
We're both gonna die.
Any water?
Yeah, we are. It's okay.
The trader that's across the road?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, you two. I believe in you both. You got this.
It's getting dark. I don't like this.
I guess it is.
Shooting somewhere else. Okay. Hey, come back, join our band. Come join our band. Join our band or you'll die. Let's go. Wait, there's. Oh, there you are. Okay.
We got 2 bioens now.
Hell yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Run, everybody run!
Friendly?
I love weird stains on the ground. Ah! Ah! I'm running! What the fuck? What the fuck? I barely moved!
What the?
2 seconds!
Silence!
That was 2 fucking seconds!
Open the door.
That was not fair!
Not okay.
I was assaulted!
I'm glad you.
Okay, I'm back. Am I being picked up? Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh, well.
He's gonna be mad at you, yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
We're gonna fight the symbiote and then finish this.
Okay. How do we do that?
I would manually summon it, but...
Okay. Head to spawn.
Oh, sandwich.
Oh, hi.
It won't let me place my cake.
Oh, there's a spawner
My
around.
husband. Hello.
Oh, mother God.
Do you see how fine? Oh, he wants me. He really wants me.
Oh, help!
Mother God. Hero. We need a hero.
Oh my God, he is big.
Where'd it go? Oh, I'm coming. Never mind.
That's one way to do it.
Nice. Oh. Shoot him in the eyes. Sorry, shot rocks.
Why would you shoot me?
I shot you right in the back of the head, dude.
I know Rox also only has one eye, but come on.
Uh-oh.
Where is it? Ah, there he is. Ouch!
What? Hey.
Oh, hey.
Hey, guys.
He's over the hill. He's over the hill. He's over the hill. Get him.
I didn't get my.
Oh.
Oh god. Okay. Why am I
Holy shit, it's huge.
kill this thing?
Woo!
Yeah.
I'll get him in the back.
Oh! I don't want to kill the cat, but I have to kill the cat. Ow.
You have to wait until he goes down, until he like goes into like a stasis mode.
Yeah. I don't need no now.
Okay, well.
Ouch.
Please put stuff, please.
Hey Kai,
I
can
would
you
like
come to me?
I'm coming. Up.
Right.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I'm hitting headshots. Oh my lord.
Yeah, you have to hit him.
Taking any damage,
You have to hit him in the back when he goes to like when he gets like stunned or something. But I forget how to stun him.
Why is he chasing me so hard? Okay.
Come on. Oh, I was gonna get you up.
Oh no.
No, I would prefer to just get back. Well, he took some damage.
I didn't turn off my fader, I think.
Oh my god, there's flies. Great. You know what I don't need? A fucking golden sword now.
Has anybody
I think he's almost dead.
Should be remote, no?
Not sure, I can't tell.
He's technically not even halfway.
Good.
You have to defeat his waves to get a hit on him. You have to defeat the waves of enemies to get a hit on him.
Oh. Nice.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Is it just getting to
Hold on, I'm coming.
I don't know what we're supposed to be doing here.
We have to defeat the waves. We have to defeat the waves.
You mean the wave that's all up gas right now?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly that.
The ass wave.
The ass wave, yeah, you know.
Who needs a left wave, man?
Is a woman not allowed to just have a chair on her head? I was sitting in it earlier. I was sitting in it earlier when I was on Kai's screen, and
Oh.
Aha.
Oh nice,
Ouch.
we love it. I have 8 wizard splashes.
Oh. The eyes looking at me.
Aha. Hey, Rusty Bones.
He's at 14. God damn it.
Keep going.
He's almost done.
See
He's
this
almost
thing
done.
still alive?
Yeah, he's got 14 health left.
How do you kill it?
You have to kill the waves first. You have to kill the waves that he spawns. Are you coming to me? Ah! Ouch! Ouchie. Someone get him in the back!
EK.
Yeah.
Go.
Huh?
Ammo.
I can't hear shit over this thing.
Ammo.
Do I have ammo?
Yeah.
No. That was the last that was my last 2 shots.
I don't have ammo.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. That's in the present.
Well, he's not forgotten me though.
What? Floating soul.
Yeah, but he's not damageable yet.
Oh, what's a hero?
Oh shit.
Where is it?
All right. Well,
What's up?
we'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. I forgot we needed ender pearls to get inside of the Witherstorm, but I'll give us them. I'm gonna spawn in the Formidabomb anyway.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I gotta reposition myself.
That bitch has 10 HP.
Knife.
Piss off.
Ooh.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Get him! Get him now!
Yeah.
We got him! We got him! He's dead!
Oh!
Ouch.
Motherfucker's dead!
Yeah, it's done. Let's go.
I got it! I got it!
Yep.
Come on, gimme. Pick up the damn book!
Oh, here comes the purple light. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. So many times I'll be buried.
I have it in my inventory, I guess, but... Alright, alright, alright.
Cheese.
We gotta go get picked up by him now?
I have
so...
an eye for you.
Wow, okay. Hi, Gum. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. Everyone's gonna get command block pickaxe, 16 ender pearls, and we're forcing stage 7. Now we get picked up by him and we throw the ender pearls into his stomach.
Yeah, well, before you give us anything, my inventory is completely full. You guys have been picking the whole time.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let me make a chest where where you guys can dump. Hold on.
We have trash can. Man.
It's fine. I'll just make a chest. All right. Any items you don't need, dump them in these chests.
My rifle.
Okay, how many spaces are we gonna need?
Yes.
Technically like 3.
Okay, well then I'm good.
Alright,
Get me that I'm your Jack's toy.
Dinosaur sword.
You're putting Backcat on the chair. Actually, Backcat is overtakes the chair. Backcat is too strong for the chair.
Hey! Look at that. I got a command block pickaxe, whatever the fuck that means.
I know. Command the blocks.
Literally, what does this do?
More on the pearls.
Do you like my sword or my diamond sword?
Alright, everyone, towards the thing. I have to do a thing first before we can go into it. So everyone start funneling towards him.
Funnel now.
We go.
Alright. Alright, alright, I'm putting the F-bomb down. Alright. Start running away, start running away!
Oh, shit.
Ah, fuck, ah, fuck. Help! Help! We want to not be here. We want to not be here.
Okay,
Okay then. What the fuck just happened? I'm not gonna
What
question
the
it.
hell?
What just happened?
Is he dead? Did my husband die? Wait.
What the fuck? Hello? What happened? Oh no, there's an Enderman.
He's just-
Shoot it.
Hey. Oh my goodness, what is all that?
Alright.
Alright.
We got
Scale the body.
Mine it.
Ah!
Break with it.
For why? It is my birthday. Why would you
I'm gonna
toss me?
climb him like a mountain.
Yoink.
Huh?
Ender pearl up top.
Is that bad?
If possible. Oop, I'm inside of it. Inside of it. That didn't work. Oh, I know where we have to go. Who heard it? You doomed us all!
Hi.
Yes? Yes? Oh, where'd you go?
Hey, bye.
Hi. Bam.
After
Where's our command blocks here? Ouch. Thank you, Nuke! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
That height, dude. Like the fight for fucking El Dorado over here, huh?
Oh! Almost. Let me up. I want uppies. Take me, daddy. Take me, daddy. Take me, daddy. I have sinned.
Did we win? No. I would like to be grabbed, please. Thank you. Looks like there's nothing to listen to, guys.
Yeah, we want to avoid him now. God, this game's so loud. Oh God. someone's getting beamed up, but I don't think they're getting beamed up by the right head.
Which head is supposed to be up?
Oh, there I go.
Let's go,
How does one
Ender pearl into the hole.
swallow me?
Like, where are we supposed to go to?
We're supposed to go like right there, but I don't see the.
Oh, hey everybody.
Hold on, let me double check.
Takes a lot
Lots
of
of
time.
time.
Yo,
Time,
just speaking
practice,
of.
Yippee! I can't hear anything. Yippee!
Oh no, big monster.
I'm all vulnerable and prone.
Not the monster.
I love watching everyone fall to their death. Yippee! Ouch! You're supposed to have a hole in your stomach, sir. You're supposed to have a big gaping hole in you, sir. Where is the hole?
I'm going in that big hole.
Where's the fucking hole? I see the hole! Hole is opened!
I do too, but I gotta get to it.
Oh, okay. Whisper's the one that's in, so we gotta go in. We still have to get someone else in.
Not.
Apparently Whisper got in.
Yeah, she's in creative though, so we gotta try to get in.
How are you supposed to get in?
Yeah, I don't understand how you're supposed to even fucking do this.
You're supposed to end a pole into the mouth. It's open now, so it's very glitchy, but you can get into it.
Yeah, every time I go in, something on me. I just get
Fucking pick me up.
I'm literally going in a hole.
Oh, you're getting that soon?
God, this
I
is
can't
annoying.
wait till break in.
We gotta trust. The angle isn't great, is the problem.
Yeah.
I want to get picked up front facing, because then I can get in, but you keep getting picked up from the
Like,
side,
you're
so.
supposed to, like, get it in.
Pick me up, you fat bitch.
Watch out. Something's gonna hit
What is happening?
just like all the way up there.
Me again.
Hey,
We're in the hole.
welcome, Melody.
Dude.
Oh!
What are we?
Oh.
Hey.
Oh.
Man, all that effort to
Okay.
make it in the hole and you do this to me?
Hey, I made it in the hole.
We were fighting for a long time.
Wait, who made it into the
What
hole?
is happening?
I made it.
Yeah, we're
Galaxy.
so I'm gonna schedule. I'm gonna reach out soon. We're gonna schedule
we're in
a
the
day
same-
after the SMP to like fight this legitimately. So that way it'll just be a day dedicated to that instead of my birthday event.
The best way to do that is using elytras usually.
Yeah.
And you fly up there usually.
All right, we gotta find the pit.
I'm mildly annoyed by
We're
the
off to see the
mechanics
wizard.
here, but
It's so dark.
Yes,
it is incredible.
I'm off to find Shoddy.
I see the shorty you've been meloding about.
Hello.
Right, something's gonna hit you.
Oh, it's a zombie.
It's you?
Man, this is kind of, you know, we may be inside his hole, but this is kind of beautiful.
Right,
He's
right.
got a beautiful hole.
Get out, beautiful.
Oh, we found it.
Oh, hey, there it is.
We
Use your command block pickaxe on it.
sacred hole.
We found a deep hole.
Hold on, hold on.
Oh, this is hot. Oh, this is hot.
Right, right. I agree. I have some things to think about tonight after
There's
the event.
stuff being spawned.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's cows even. What the
There's
fuck?
cows. Evil cows. Moo moo bitch.
Kiangi.
Nice.
I will tickle its
some
wall.
I'll shoot you.
Can we get much higher? Oh,
Can we get
Don't fall through. You'll get teleported back to the overworld.
Save them.
Oh, tentacles.
Take on the tentacle board.
Oh no. My tentacles are back.
Everywhere. Oh, God.
Fight them!
The music is fucking goated, dude.
It's that
Symbiont time! Symbiont!
Not again, bro. I don't want to fight another one of those fuckers. This thing's so
Oh, that guy.
God, the music is so fucking sick! Let's go!
It's so loud.
Ah, yes!
Oh, penta.
silent. Okay.
It's the rocks pumpkin.
Yeah, the rocks pumpkin.
The rocks king.
Mine's dying.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Wait, how do we hurt this guy?
When he goes into the when his back starts glowing. Oh, you down here? Hold on, I'm coming. Hi, you good?
Good.
We've done like no
My
damage.
pants is left to go.
Ow?
That boy still has 120 health.
Yeah, yeah.
Is he baby now?
Whisper, if anyone gets, are you here, Whisper?
Bouncing.
Oh, he can bounce on it anyway, but like, calm down.
He's gone. I think he fell through.
Whisper, if anyone falls through, keep them back in.
That was not a good bouncer, I gotta say.
No, I think the symbiote almost fell through.
But he did it.
Can't see anything. But
Hit him,
yes,
hit him,
he's-
hit him.
It's at 117.
Oh shit.
Yeah, don't get close to him.
Hi, Rye. Hold on, I got you.
Hi.
I'm being pegged. Someone help. Ah, fuck! I can force it. I'm being bit. Get him! Get him!
Sorry, Sid.
Beat him up.
He goes, he leans down like that. He does the purple thing.
I'll shoot the creeper above his head. Before he does it.
There's a creeper above his head?
Yeah, he summons creepers and summons my people.
Oh. Can we shoot them? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He was just flying.
This.
Murder!
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Creepers.
Ah!
Oh shit, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but he's lobbing them to you, so that's creeper on demand. You get that bitch like next day delivery.
Baby mode. Baby mode. Baby mode.
I fucking love that move. It shows up on the fucking
He's at 83.
fatality. Yo, look at that fucking useless sword that she gave you.
I guess.
We get it like we get him down like every time.
Use the fatality sword you just got. Use the fatality sword.
I think you did it for time.
I throw a sword.
Probably on the floor somewhere.
Yeah, I'm getting up. I'm getting thrown out of the
I love the music getting restarted every time. Yeah, you should have gave us a sword that said determination, Whisper.
Freaking send me into your back.
No, real
It's
though.
going
Sorry,
to
thank you.
throw you away every time you do it's not.
Ouch!
Flying. Oh, he's flying.
Guys,
It's not.
He's in the wall.
please have your attention.
Hi, Waste Bear.
Yeah.
Hi, Ominous Ghost.
Did someone lose their desperation sword, by the way?
I did.
Yeah.
I don't have one.
So I
I
have
didn't
another
get one
one.
because my inventory's full. He's baby bone. Oh, he's at 47. He's at 47. I'm flying.
God, this music is sick! Oh, I need to listen to this just fucking on YouTube now.
Oh, fuck. What are you talking about?
The music.
I don't have the music on.
It's so sick. You're missing out.
I can't hear them when
I should probably learn to use my shield. I should probably learn how to use the shield.
Probably, yeah.
Pretty life-saving.
Considering I've gone through 2 of them. Hey.
I don't know, I haven't used
I
my
didn't say
shield
anything?
in some time.
What do you mean? The music itself is on, but the music
I love
for the
how
game is not.
it's just us waiting for it back.
He's out!
Get him, get him, get him, get him.
Little bit more, 20 HP!
Oh no.
Hold out, hold out!
Fall back, fall back!
I know, I'm just...
Fall back.
Don't
I
get
don't know how far
collective
here.
Twitch to
Oh,
streamers.
hello.
I don't have a shield, so there's really nothing I can do here. He's not going
Yeah,
to,
I
though.
have 2, so...
I don't have any room in my inventory anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Breaking blocks and filling my inventory.
Real, real.
It's okay, it's okay. He's almost done. Next couple of hits.
What's he doing? He's just dying.
Point blank.
We're just looking for the moment. He's got it!
He's down.
Get him! Let's go!
Nice.
Who wants to eat it?
Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, guys. Not over. It's not over.
It's not over, guys. It's not done.
Okay. I'm putting away my last.
Let's go! Let's go!
Oh my god,
Oh,
kill
now
me.
we go for the last.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh god.
All right.
The suckening.
Oh.
Oh, creepers.
Yo, he's got iron
golems.
golem.
Crazy mob.
There, come on. Let's go.
Can you hurt them? What are we doing?
Fight.
Ah!
You're okay. You're okay. I think you just need to get. I think someone just needs to get up top. Can I get the last hit in? Oh, never mind.
Oh my god, kill me.
Oh yeah.
We fucking win!
It took. Oh god.
Oh no!
Oh, water.
It's Jover.
Look at him exploding up there. He's
Okay,
chunking
confetti
everywhere, bro.
popper.
He chunked on top of us.
Hell yeah. I like that. Wait, how do
I'm
you
gonna
guys
shoot you
do
Hey,
out.
that?
Galaxy, that block you're standing on, you should open it.
Okay.
Oh, here.
Really far away from where everybody's building.
Goodbye.
Slapping that shit around, but.
My bad,
Oh,
dog.
yeah,
My
that's
bad.
what they're doing. Let's go.
Well, this
Wishy.
is kinda like.
It's a Willard Nether Star.
And my
Are we
pants
stable
still
again?
remain. I'm glad.
Still got your pants on?
Yes.
Still got my pants on.
It's hitting me.
Oh dear.
My
Okay.
pants is the only thing standing.
What is that?
Did you hit it last?
Dirty water.
No,
My
I was
eyes
sitting
have
up on this
survived for
block,
some reason.
and I just came over and picked it up.
Nice work, gang.
Got
Oh.
light.
Wizard flintlock.
We definitely probably.
All right, hold on. Hold on.
Thank you, Kai. It was all me.
Yeah, you want some of your husband's
Hold
flint?
on.
The map
Yeah,
is almost
actually.
entirely like
Flashlight.
Witherstorm debris.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Hold on.
What do you want?
Yummy.
Oh, we're all here.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, you're so
Nice-
right. I
nice
still
hat.
have some of those.
Alright, everyone, wait. Put all your stuff in these chests real quick.
Everything?
Everything.
Why?
I use my confetti.
Give me my confetti popper. Okay, wait, yeah. I'm gonna use it up.
There's nothing
Okay.
upstairs.
I filled this one's mine, I guess.
I don't think it matters.
Like you might.
I don't know. I don't know if she wants to do something else after. Okay.
Oh,
Oh.
god.
So many bottles.
Strength infinite.
And we're getting a tornado. Who wants to ride the tornado out?
Best way to test the server's ability to spam parking properties.
Well, you know, we sort of already did that.
Oh, I think the pops are winning. The pops are
Yeah, the poppers are winning, actually.
Oh, okay.
Down the server.
No, you did this. You get to live through it.
Happy birthday.
It's time.
Where's the cake?
We're simultaneously popping poppers. Oh god.
Yeah, literally simultaneously.
Where's my other cooker?
Yo, I don't think that's a party bomb.
Literally destroyed. Computer literally on fire right now.
You can steal fucking.
Not easy.
Oh my god, that's cake.
There you go, guy. Have your cake.
There's cake. Oh, there's cake.
There might be a
Nice
lot of
cake.
confetti in it.
Yoinking all
My
over
god.
my
My
stuff
helmet.
is
Oh.
wild. Oh yeah.
No, my dragon
My
soul.
pads. My
My
pads.
netherite
I feel
stuff.
naked.
I guess what? You didn't
Where's
kill the
your-
backpack guy.
Honestly, like, without your hat, you look really naked, actually, Loki.
Shoddy.
That happy king.
I got the best cake, so you can.
So,
Ain't
are
she
we
hungry?
now... Is this now Battle Royale? Do we duke it out now?
Well, you took all our
Wait.
armor.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
It's all fisticuffs. Fisticuffs.
I got no jack shit.
That's the cup.
Okay.
You think I'm gonna abide by these rules?
You
I know
think
where
you
my
can
sword
win
is.
against-
I have a sword.
I know where
I
my
don't think I can
sword
win
is.
against him.
Whoa.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh my god, that's worth
Help!
We got the birthday girl.
Infinite ammo, infinite health. We are not taking damage.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's true. Wait.
Yeah, I can still kill you.
I have no ammo.
I want some cake.
Take,
Oh, yeah.
take.
Yeah.
No.
Beautiful.
Nice double with barbecue.
Uppies! Uppies! Somebody!
How do I? Oh, doing that.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh
no.
my
Oh, yeah.
god.
Why is there a singular key in
Someone is
Put me
trying to
down!
sabotage.
I think I got some extra holes, I don't know.
Put me down! Put me down!
Hold the ammo. Don't worry.
Well,
I have been put down.
Me.
Oh. Kai's dead body.
Yeah. I'm napping. Leave me be.
Hey, Sheik.
So cute.
Yes.
I got my sushi.
oh dear. I'm trying to get a Minecraft version.
Oh, are we trying to blow up the server right now?
No, no, this is the same server we have to
My
use for
dragon one's cute.
SMP.
Give me TNT.
Uh-oh. Alright, who wants to watch your, who wants to ride a fucking tornado?
Oh.
Wait,
Yeah.
go.
By using fatality
Finish.
Okay, you should give us all parasols so we can really ride the tornado.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Well.
Ouch.
Alright, we all got player glasses. Towards the tornado! Storm Chasers stream when?
Storm chasers.
Oh no.
More than meets the eye.
Let's go. We'll make a path for us.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Wow, you dick! Motherfucker!
Do we have to hold the paraglider? Can we not?
Yeah, you have to hold it.
No, you gotta
Has
have
to
to,
be
you
in
have
your
to
hand.
hold it.
Go.
Shot her like a calendar.
Come back here on your tongue.
Oh yeah. Look out
It's not even formed yet.
It's over here, yeah.
It's enough. Look at this bad boy. Look at him.
Magnificent.
Oh, this is gonna be
Honeyed in.
beautiful.
Honeyed in.
Hey, yo.
This. My God.
I gotta get in there.
Did you use different?
Woo!
Party hat, happy birthday and happy affiliate anniversary.
Thank you, thank you.
This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Woo!
Oh my God, we are high.
I'm very high all the time. Woo! Again! Woo! Woo!
Eternal fireworks.
Wait. I forgot how to fucking summon. Oh.
Hello.
Woo! Woo! It burns so good. Safe.
Yeah.
Hi. Ouch. He made me trip and I just died.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ryan. My. Get it all over me. Too hard.
No, you're not. You're.
Oh.
Sushi. Sushi's for Din Din.
I think we should get something to it. I don't know.
Yeah. Food never hurt nobody.
I mean,
Hello.
Unless it's poison.
Oh my god, look at this.
Oh my goodness! I am hungry. Give me cake.
I am hungry. Is this all just for me?
Just for me, little old me.
Little old me.
Yeah.
I gotta get up because I can't afford a DoorDash it.
Guys, I don't want to warn you. Look up.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Send us out, Shishiki.
Nuke time.
Oh. Cannon.
Oh, okay. I see what we have to do.
Spreading TNT. Everyone together.
At least give
Oh,
us like
dear
super
Lord.
TNT.
Everybody together in the middle.
Do we even have that?
Rocket launcher,
Yeah, we
maybe?
have the super TNT from the Wizard mode.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oops.
Well, good news, Kai.
Yeah.
I don't have any more points to fuck with you.
Good. But thank you for the follow. This up on screen while I'm not getting sick.
Nothing but a crock.
Yeah, Arm. That's one of those fun dungeons.
BRB?
And for my
Fun
inside
game.
to come
Yeah,
spilling out.
again, I need to go back to it.
Guess who's back? It's me. I should have probably
Welcome back.
fucking paused the timer, but good God, there's so many of you in my chat. Where are you people? Come, who are you people? Thank you, thank you.
Did I get double? No. I got double the honey though. Yeah, I'm not doing another boss battle with your dumbass. You can do it by yourself. Have fun.
Who, me?
There's a stupid no. I'm playing my Roblox dragon game and there's a dumb asshole who fucking sat and like hid so that we could do all the work. No, nobody's gonna do it with you. We're not that stupid, bro. Bye, fucker. Have fun. Can't idle when it's just you. Yeah, no. He sat behind a rock so that he wouldn't get hurt by the missiles and waited until we were done fighting it.
Or why was I tossed? Thank you.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's fine.
Oh God, I'm being abused. My hair.
What about your hair? Oh.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you want colliders.
So many DMs I have to do.
Good, the fox guy's fucked off. Stop calling people. We don't need more people. I just need to do one more anyway.
Good God. You can't even
looking
see
down
me
at Kevin.
anymore. Where even am I? I'm just gone.
Oh
my, oh, how lewd. Oh, I think there's I think something's wrong with my model.
What
It's
gave
fine
you
now.
that impression?
I started spazzing the fuck out.
I'm gonna finish this last boss fight and then I'll be good.
Okay, Whisper, you said someone was asking how much the total was so far? 358, right? Something like that? Well, not including subs right now, though. Let me check. Shit, how do I...
Check what?
350. Oh, plus subs and bits? Or is that... Okay, no, so that's not including the bits and subs. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. There you go. My model's very stiff for up and down movement on Naruto, so it's hard to do the shake the booba if I'm not doing left to right. But yes, thank you. So, okay, hold on. So 358. $406. So we're 100 away from the stretch goal. That's crazy. I love glow stick suit, so of course I did. Alright, let me open. Thankfully for you, I think my cider is mostly melted now. Yeah.
Wait, where were we supposed to get your
Yes.
lethal code?
It should have been in the mass message that I sent you. Or said, hey.
I'll look again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot.
What's gonna hurt? What happened?
It's fine. I'm doing a boss fight.
Oh yeah, I mean we're starting. I already had one drink while we were doing Witherstorm, so we're doing actual drinking now. So.
Oh god. Oh god. I have to go get the vodka.
Yeah.
I have Jello shots, but they might taste really bad. We'll see.
I have my sushi in front of me. Oh, by the way, hold on. While I'm getting ready. Hold on.
Oh, did y'all die? No, one of them.
All right, timer 1 minute spam going on for 1:30 right now. So spam those.
Spam what?
I have a 50-point timer 1 minute at channel point that gets turned on sometimes. It's not on cooldown, so you can spam the absolute shit out of it.
Oh, I got 3. I'm mostly done with this event, which is nice because I don't really get events done very often. Okay.
10 seconds. And
I don't know.
done.
I don't know what it's doing.
What's what doing?
What your timer thing is doing. It's through CurseForge too, isn't it?
For lethal? No.
No. What is it through?
Thunderstore, R2 Modman, or Gale.
Thunder.
They all use the same code, so.
I just do Thunder.
It'll get turned back on later, don't worry. Give Whisper some time to count all of that. Okie dokie.
Leave the company.
$51 of them, Jesus. How are you keeping track so fast? What the fuck?
Because if they're a mod in the activity feed, it'll tell you how many instances, as long as you clear them.
Oh, okay. She has hacks, yeah. Okie dokie.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own
I don't need an invite child.
where you
I know, I know.
sleep for the duration
Fast
of your
fuck boy.
You should be able to join me off Steam, by the way, for everyone that isn't in yet. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
they put me in the lethal company.
Alright, give me 1 second. I also have ramen, so I have to eat that before the noodles go soft. They're only like rock hard here.
I gotta mute your stream.
Thank you.
Purple.
And then I gotta start mine. Yeah,
Okay,
hold
okay.
on. I also gotta share your stream.
Okay.
Brains it down. Forgot how to share streams.
In.
There we go.
Hmm?
Hello.
I think it.
They put me in the lethal company.
Let me message her.
Oh, it's been ages.
Hello.
Hold up.
Hello.
Buenos días, ¿cómo está?
Bien,
Yeah,
bien.
me
¿Y tú?
Hello.
Sí, sí.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Is that the
Ew.
Tokyo Ghoul tentacles?
You right there.
Let's see in Pyro.
Oh my.
Nuke.
I am.
Yes.
Nuke.
Maybe.
Beautiful.
Nuke. My microphone not set. I know you hear me.
Are you?
Take off your
Dude,
fucking
I don't
pants.
see 'em in the
Drive?
I don't see them in the
Are
cosmetics.
$1,700.
Hang on, my audio not working? Hang on.
No, I
give
can
me
hear
a
you. I
second.
can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh my god, you okay? I was like, wait, okay.
I love it when it tells me some of my files might not be
That's
compatible.
all that matters.
Exactly.
My hair gets fucking fucked up whenever I get tossed.
Like,
Take them off!
like this in the cosmetics. These are from like old
Take them
cosmetics
off?
I used
Yes.
to wear.
I don't remember.
It's like the swords.
Can
There
you
she
do
is.
360? Let me see the weapons too. Oh, weapons are so cool too.
I can hear.
Oh wait.
I know.
Yay, Newton gang.
I like my weapons.
And Discord.
I have weapons on my wall behind me.
Ooh, very
Land.
nice.
There we go.
It's been a while.
Yeah, long time no see. Holy shit. Hello.
I think we're pretty vanilla because of the new stuff that got added. Except for like some quota stuff.
I hope we're pretty.
Alright, turn Nuke down a tiny bit. I need everyone to talk
Yeah, I
for
think
one
it's like
time.
the smoothest. I think
Hi,
this.
I'm
Hello.
here.
Kai, you're good.
Balls.
Nuke, you're good. Yuffie?
Alright.
Yo, what's up?
Why, hello, Yuffie.
Oh, you guys are there.
Hi.
Hey, hi.
Kino was already talking to me.
Nope, no updating.
Eurogens?
We're on
yeah.
the same as the import. We're all good.
Alright, and Sid. You know, I'll take it.
What? I was fixing something. What happened?
He just wanted you to talk so he can adjust volume.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh, I forgot about all the emotes. Damn. Wait, why am I blue? No, I want a yellow.
I don't remember any of these controls.
Yeah, it's been so long since I played this game.
We're so getting
Ballistics
copyrighted.
on with my ballistic suit?
Right.
Hold on.
Fuck up. Go.
Hello.
There we go. Mute.
Hello.
I don't know what you did.
Hi.
What do you mean?
Hi.
Did you see all these cosmetics? No.
Don't worry about it.
They're-
Hi, Slick.
They're not,
y'all got
they're not actually in
movement.
list.
They should be.
Schmoove
Don't
them.
use your mouse wheel to go down because it jumps. Just drag it with your like left click.
Oh.
Alright.
Hold the
Here's
fuck
my
up.
here's my
Damn, we're
Steam friend
matching.
code.
Oh,
Thank you.
Damn.
we're matching, my guy.
2 years later, I still can't avoid this song. Damn.
Hello.
Okay.
So many people.
Button. Change keyboard. Should talk his T. That's fine.
You're up there.
Also, it's like the smoothest, like,
Watching it just like spread
experience I've
across
had.
the shit.
It's like I'm actually running full frames. Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
I do know the song by her because I was supposed to do
Oh damn! You don't have the twerking mod. Damn, disappointed.
More weapons?
Zam, no twerking mod. I'm a little upset.
I like my
Stuck.
weapons.
Nuke, you're lucky. I don't have
How
my
do I
fists
undance?
unnerved.
You're very careful.
Hit shift or something.
It's not stopping. I can't make it stop.
Get me out of this hell! I'm back in the fucking building again!
Press escape.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
We can't stop.
You're
ever.
welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Someone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
I hear somebody.
Someone's there.
Why even say
Oh, I've
hello?
been tossed.
Hello.
This is birthday girl.
It's like
over here.
joining
it's
to a
done.
party or the barbecue and you have to say hi to the entire family.
How you doing, Hero?
Oh hell
I
yeah.
forgot about
Doing
this.
good. I have way too much energy for all the time of the night, but that's good.
Excellent, excellent.
That is how it be.
You know what? Okay, do I do orange or coke?
Ba-ding.
Orange.
What's up, member?
Good question.
Oh, that's how you choose. Okay, I remember now.
It's
I had to turn down the emote volume. They started jamming over there, and it was the loudest thing I've ever heard.
It is very loud.
Yeah, I forgot. I have that playing, and I also have stuff playing on my stream. There you go. Let me turn that down.
Alright,
Open the bottle.
for those that were
Kai Ember says happy birthday.
thank you. For those that are drinking, it's
Oh yeah, you're right. I have to go get my Jello shots. One second.
Jello shot. Damn. Ooh.
Shot.
I'll wait for Sid to get back and then I'll let me get up the repo or not the repo, the lethal drinking rolls.
Oh, I forgot those rules.
I have never seen the rules.
Okay.
It's fine.
How do am I wearing an alien child on my chest?
Someone is.
Yes,
And
you are.
They are adorable.
My vodka has under the fridge. Hold on.
I like the people who can glow in the dark. Whoever's got like the skeleton body, like you think. I think of the.
It's not letting me swap to that.
Nuke, it's
You have to press E.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the 2 out of 4. I see now. You're stupid.
Yeah, someone I
got
to tell everyone about my
I got
new
a bunch of shitty clearance wine.
Hell yeah. Oh, I could have some of my wine. I bought wine too.
Should I try the PB&J or the blue raspberry?
Blue raspberry.
one?
PB&J sounds ass.
Raspberry.
I thought the PJ might
Raspberry.
Well, who knows? Both tonight.
Oh, dear God.
Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I'll give you
I'm
something
just
to drink.
sneak right by. Thank you.
Oh, my God. What?
Open your mouth, Whisper. Yeah.
Just amalgamate.
Okay, so I have to join in this, of course.
Just begrudgingly.
I
Just like a fucking trip.
My jello
Oh my
shots
God.
were bad. So I have
Ooh.
straight
Terrence
vodka.
wine tonight is a massive headache tomorrow.
No
Man, this is
K-pop boy
beautiful.
group can recreate this.
Alright, so our rules for tonight is team wipe is a group shot. You take a shot if you die. And
Can you just send me the rules, please? I can't hear you, number one, and I'll forget.
Okay, let me because I'm cutting down. There's a lot of rules here, so I'm cutting down to like 3. So I'll just make like a little picture real quick.
Can you put it in your Discord?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, if anyone's not in the Discord that wants to be, let me know.
What the fuck did I crouch on the sea? What in the...
Poor Yubi.
More people are in on this.
I was messing with the emote wheel and I could only, I was clipping through the ship and I just seen
more chaotic.
this.
One of us. One of us.
One of us.
I'm getting cranberry juice and orange juice.
Hell yeah.
Winslow, I did find our favorite emote. I found our favorite emote. Check it. Check
Oh,
it. Where is it? I gotta find
I'm
it.
ready.
I favorited it. Yup.
I check it. Get it. How the fuck are you getting up there?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, I posted it in my Discord, but I'll say it one more time. Group shot on Team White. Team White, solo shot for your own death, and optional a shot if you get eaten by sandworm.
If they're did you? Okay, hold on.
I put it in the announcement.
Round dev optional. A shot if you get eaten by sandworm.
How many shots have you get left behind?
You know what, let me go grab my soju, actually. I'll be right
Everyone
back.
else has to take a shot for leaving you behind.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
Oh wait.
You missed the smash or pass, nerd.
Where's the push
Oh,
to
I did,
mute
damn.
button?
What
Is
did I do?
anyone else? You got in the nearest closet.
Oh, is there not one?
Oh my God, damn.
It's fine. Okay, I ordered
It's been a while.
extra.
Yeah.
Alright, is there anyone else that needs to get
Good, I'm
in, needs an
drinking
invite? He's added on Steam.
Chalky milk? Strawberry milk? Regular milk?
It's regular milk, but I've been contemplating chemically inducing lactation. That way I can make human milk and turn that into human butter and human cheese.
What fucking conversation did I just fucking zone back into?
We're just catching up.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I haven't talked to Ye in a while.
Oh. Yeah. Hello.
Lord have mercy. What am I hearing?
Hello.
Jeez, in
I feel like I
Lord
saw
have mercy.
you recently.
Yeah, you raided
What
into
in the
me.
goddamn?
You're always impreg. Your live notifications are always impreg.
Literally,
No.
the next baby is my baby.
I updated it to do
It
me your
is-
yaoi.
Me
It's
and
updated.
Melly take turns on the MPreg, and my next
So-
next one's mine.
I was gonna say.
Happening?
You're not going to be impreg for
wait.
9 months.
Seconds. Wait, how did you get the Minecraft dragon head? I
Both my
wanted.
children got you pregnant?
Like who?
I said both
Your
my children
children are
got you
getting
pregnant?
nuked pregnant?
It's me. Yes.
Who is breeding
Yes, they did.
Urgent.
Kai's my child
Is
Ye,
it-
and so is Melly.
Okay.
We take turns.
And how is your wife?
And then there's my Australian friend of mine as well. Okay.
Okay. So, so is nuked now officially part of your family tree, or is the impreg like never completing?
Is the Emperor canon?
It's never completing, I suppose.
Oh, I'm completing several times inside of Noob.
You tell me I'll give up halfway through? No. This womb fucks it out. What you mean?
How do I change?
I'm just gonna go get follow social.
Yeah, take your time. I'm trying to scarf down this ramen.
You just look
Unfortunately,
up on your other side.
I only have one
Slow down
bottle
the
of soju,
ramen.
and that's not enough to get me drunk.
I think I pushed the.
Go get some
Wait,
more.
you said E on the.
So on the arrows, you just press E.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just trying to eat this ramen real quick before we start.
This.
Did you finish your sushi already?
Who the fuck is this, bro?
Vodka. And then after Western Sun is gone, I have corn vodka that makes me want to die.
I feel like I'm looking kind of stylish, you know.
Yes.
Alright. You guys entertain chat for me.
Well.
I'll be back.
What are we supposed to entertain them with?
The sick
Trust you,
saxophone.
you got this.
Dude, I'm scarfing this ramen. I've never swallowed something so fast.
Okay, here. Pyro's chat. I will read to you the service manual. I'm a
Swallow you.
I don't think I can do this actually. They didn't include reading in the.
Pants off.
Pants are off, hey yo. You were just eating ramen a moment ago. Your pants are off? What the hell?
General description.
Ramen and
Emergency
ramen.
procedures. Oh, there's emergency procedures.
Raw men? Where?
Using your.
Right
Oh
here.
my gosh, there's
Right here.
actual information.
Right here.
Oh, this is
Right
actually
here.
supposed to be helpful. And
Rock
I don't
hard
think I've
24/7.
seen a
Where?
single person
Pick up that
actually
phone
do
call
this.
and come over here and kiss me on my hop. I'm feeling
Come on,
romantic.
come on, get off that computer call.
On your hot mouth, but do you have different temperature mouths?
I have a lukewarm
We
one.
can find out, I guess.
Depends on what I put in my mouth. I mean, what?
Yeah, I guess my mouth
Writing
is
that
where they
down.
call
Write
it
that down,
I'm
write
trying to
that
find out, you know what I'm saying?
Shut your mouth,
Did you eat a
Blake.
Have you guys ever done the
I'll probably
stuffy bunny thing, but like with ice cubes?
I don't want to.
The ice
You
cube?
get very hydrated.
Oh.
You get
I
very,
was
very
starved.
hydrated,
Why?
but also you're in constant suffering. It's great.
Uh-huh.
Sounds
Yeah.
amazing.
Some people may be into that.
I had a lot
Tommy,
of
some
fun.
Lower your
but it did
voice.
feel like I was drowning sometimes.
Alright, I have consumed
Icy bunny is painful.
so much ramen broth that I have more liquid than I normally do on a Friday night.
Or is
Oh.
hey,
You're going to be so
can I ask, is it
sloshy.
like actually like regular, like the cheap
Pyro.
ramen, or did you get like fancy ramen?
I kept it perfectly PG. I didn't read it.
You a fucking clown. You know that?
Wow,
Is
dude.
that the Spider-Man?
What?
In the...
Wait a second, there's a Henry
Oh,
around
you're
here.
a cat. Oh, never mind. I would make
Spider,
you cat
spider
woman?
cat.
Spider cat. Spider cat. Well, sit on your face.
Yeah.
Shit, that's my favorite place to sit.
You'll sit on your face. I don't remember that. Wait.
Yo, who's fucking aura farming over here?
Sorry. Sit down on your face and choke you out while you're sleeping.
Damn.
It's very
The
cat
average-
behavior.
This is like the fake
Nice,
statistic.
though.
The average person eats like 8 spiders in their sleep or something.
My emotes are no longer overriding on mine. Sub.
I know you are. It's okay.
I don't know about in your sleep, but I've
Sorry, I'm really full.
Bring it around town.
regardless of my consciousness.
Around
Bring it around town. Oh
I'm
my
so
god.
fucking full.
Around town.
What?
I said, did you get another bug box?
No, actually, it was really sad. Somebody stepped on my bug box, and I just had a bunch of dead bugs all over my room for a while. It was sad. I can't even eat them anymore because there's carpet everywhere. It would feel bad. Like the exoskeletons are already unpleasant enough, but I'm not gonna be like sucking the bug off
Bring
of
it
the
around
floor.
town.
It's just
not quite that freaky.
But you got that floor seat.
Who the fuck is fertile and flexible? Hello?
Okay, I don't know.
I mean, just ask twice and I'll do anything.
I'm trying.
Is that are you insinuating that's what I am?
Hi, Rabbit. Rabbit's in chat. Hi, Rabbit.
mean,
You're also
the first
breathable,
one, maybe.
just like Newt.
Oh wait, that's the name of a chatter. Oh.
I'm bullied.
That is not me.
Name it on fertile.
Yeah.
I thought that was just like a call out.
I thought you were asking, like, oh, here's
Y'all
for
looking mighty fun
asking for
there.
a friend.
I forgot what's in this mod pack. Let me check.
Looking mighty fine.
I think my game is dying.
Mama
You're
always
fine. You're fine.
pull out you.
Come here often.
Okay, we don't have too much in here. It's mostly cosmetics
can't
and
wait
stuff
no
in the
more.
back.
You have to? Or you don't have to?
Release me!
Alright, everyone.
Release me, you closeted man.
Everyone.
Release me!
I've learned
Wait,
a
you
trick
can
to help
stay
with
there.
loading. I learned a trick
You
to
can,
help with
I'm
loading.
gonna need you to stay there real quick.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I like
good.
what I see.
I'll have you know this dance is called Bray.
I've learned a trick to help with loading. We're gonna start a round, so everyone come here and face the console. For some reason, it seems to help.
Okay, everyone.
Everybody! Not pushing you, kiddo.
Fucking.
Let me out.
Is Galaxy coming? Rox, is Galaxy coming? Is Galaxy here?
It's taking a fat nap.
She's taking a nap. Okay. All right. Well, get your ass over
Naps
here.
are always
Get
good.
in the pile.
Huh?
Get in the pile. Over here. You in the corner. Get over here.
Pile of bodies.
All right.
This an angle.
Off we go.
You guys like what you see?
Yes.
I do.
Yep.
All right, we're
I'm
going.
closing my eyes so I can be respectful.
We chilling.
Keeping my eyes wide open.
Do it.
Oh god. Oh no, we called it.
Oh, let's go.
Oh my god! I'll just have to keep track of what shots we take because I gotta wait on my chasers.
Off we go.
Woo!
Use chasers.
Could you imagine if we
would.
just fucking died? Somebody fell off the ship and
I
died.
love that.
Oh god, I meant someone.
I missed the ladder.
I
Oh my
think
god,
I'm
there's
inside
so
of
many
Newt.
people.
Yep.
It's been
Alright,
so
Newt.
long.
Going this way.
Off we go.
Ah, wah.
I don't remember these
Hello.
maps.
I need somebody else to be in
Oh god, eyeballs.
Until 3 of us go out to a fucking
Alright.
I'm stepping on the first landmine I see.
Okay, Kai, if you just want to drink, just take a shot. You don't have to throw.
I'm taking everyone with us.
Nada.
Great. There goes the light.
Some of you may die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Exactly.
Eco-friendly wood of square steel.
I feel like this is one of those Scooby-Doo run-around things.
Kai.
Yes.
Kai.
I heard my name.
Kai, we found it.
I'm somewhat sticky.
That was beautiful.
What was it?
It was Kai. She was
Hi, Prophet. Thank you. It was Kai. She said she was the first line she said. She saw.
Don't worry, guys.
It
I
was
got
Kai.
this.
It was definitely Kai.
Guys, I'm rich.
Daisy.
I'm going to die to a monster like I always do. Can't see shit, dude.
Beware, beware.
Really quiet.
Don't approach. It's dangerous over here.
Ooh,
It's
I wanna
very
die.
dangerous over here.
What is it?
It's very dangerous over here.
Choose death.
Oh,
choose
God.
Death.
How do you guys both avoid the landmine right here? What?
Wait, there's a landmine?
There's a
Thank God for
It
juice.
says that there is.
Oh, Kai stepped on it. Kai stepped on it.
Oh.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
an old landmine. I see. That makes sense.
Kai stepped on it and blew herself up.
Oh, dang it! I would
wanted
have
to
blown
sit-
her if she just asked.
What?
I told her if she wanted to drink, she should just drink and she doesn't have to throw, and then
got
she
a key?
threw herself on a landmine.
Yeah, I have a key.
I need a key for the emergency exit. Got fucked over there. There was only a locked door. Everything else was dead end.
Okay, yeah, lead the way.
Emergency exit this way.
Huh?
That's
I don't know why you're
crazy.
following me. I don't know where it's at.
Wait, pick it up,
Oh.
pick it up.
The lights, please. Oh.
Someone
Uh-oh.
grab the bulb.
We might be in trouble.
Somebody just died? What just happened? I just fell into the pit.
Maid?
Oh god, okay.
My MUI maid? Was it MUI? I can't remember. I don't know these people. You're going the wrong
Is
way.
it this way? I found it!
Alright.
No.
Alright.
Emergency exit then.
Somewhere in this direction.
Over here.
Oh, am I? I'm
Step
orange
down.
again. I need to change that when we get back to the truck.
Hey, where y'all going?
I had to reset mine.
Up the stairs?
I don't think I've
I have
ever
an
taken
issue
this
and I
path.
memorize everything I do. And I played
I
this
didn't
game
go
enough
this
that I'm
way,
good.
so.
This is the emergency.
I will show you the way.
Oh no, left, come back. It's, yeah, this big door, yeah.
Guys,
There's
there's
two of
two.
them.
Gather around, people. Let me tell you a story.
If you
Kaboom.
jump on that.
That's so rude.
Very nice.
I'm adding a new rule. You have to take 2 shots if you get a player killed on purpose.
That was a really explosive tale.
Goodbye forever.
Yeah, I'm adding that to the rules just because of you, Pyro.
Oh, good. I'm gonna tuck in Kai.
Just fine.
There. Take what on nap. Enjoy your chocobo time.
Oh.
Thank you.
So I did get 2 people for one.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh no! I was trying to be nice.
Okay, the question I have is, how many people are dead?
How many?
Oh my god. What happened here?
So, how'd you like my story?
Oh.
It was a vibrant tale with a lot of sound effects and a very,
That can't be good
very
for your
flashing ending.
What was that, a spider or something?
Yuffie's
Also
gonna
enjoyed it apparently.
Whose body is it?
Wait, was there a spider?
Okay.
Question.
I thought it was a bracken that snapped your neck.
How many? Oh my god.
crunch.
Oh wait, I thought that was. It's just a goldfish.
Thank
I thought
you,
it was
Nero.
not a chug jug. What's it called?
Why is everyone dying?
Not being boozled.
I don't know why people are dying. I did not help.
That's crazy.
No.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. My brain cells.
Wow, well, that's a team wipe!
No.
What the
That was worth it.
Bye.
That's a lot of shots.
That's what troll face does. Okay.
Are we all dead? What happened?
Dude, I just watched everyone die in a big, in one go, and
I went out in a blizzard
Wait,
for it.
me.
Oh my.
Oh my god, my chocobos.
Well, I guess that's 2 shots for me.
Casualties.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
Kai, you want to tell everyone a new rule because of me?
Yeah, so I added an, you have to take 2 shots if you kill someone.
I just killed like the entire lobby, so it was like.
What happened?
On purpose. If you kill someone on purpose. If you kill someone on purpose. If it was intentional murder.
That
Intentional.
sounds like an incentive.
I see. I see.
I didn't kill anyone. I was just telling a story.
Ducky, how you doing? Hello. Welcome.
Okay, take your time, gang.
Apparently I had a troll phase where it gave me multiple warnings not to equip it, and it exploded me and killed everyone.
That's crazy.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's called Friend Ender, apparently.
I walked out of the ship just to watch everyone explode.
Taking
So
the
you're
group
right,
shot
you are the
now.
only 10 I see.
Oh my god, get it.
No, you.
No,
Oh
you.
my god, get it.
It's that
Winslow,
bird.
Winslow, this is for you.
It's only because you can't see
Woo!
yourself.
We only be
Good
seeing
God.
right you in my eyes.
I don't know if your eyes are seeing me very well. They're kind of going all over the place.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm a little distracted. I can't keep my eyes in one place when I look at you.
Hey,
there's a lot to enjoy. I get it.
Yes,
yeah, what's
sir.
happening? What's happening?
You
Why
better
am I
believe
name?
it.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my god, the slime
Is there
on my head
gambling?
goes squishy.
I don't
Let's
think
go
so.
Gambling! Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Dang it.
With the new update, I didn't want to add too much like stuff that gets added to
Yeah.
worlds and stuff like that because some of the worlds got edited. So
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Good call. Good call.
we would have been playing Moons, Monsters, and Meteors if I was willing.
So, does that count as me killing Sid also? Because Sid went after our bodies?
No. It just has to be the initial. It has to be the initial death.
Also, that was before the rule. That was before the rule.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, that was before the rule was added, so you're safe for now.
I have
Yeah,
no
so-
alcohol.
That's okay.
Oh, that's sad.
I failed.
No, you're providing for the company. You are a success. You are amazing. You're the sweetest bean.
Who
I
knew
have
Minecraft
failed
Dragon
at
had this
getting
skill?
inebriated on the job.
Don't worry,
God.
we have enough to get inebriated for you.
Don't say the J word out loud now. Hold on.
Oh God, I should have added the mod that adds a job application as a monster.
Winslow, have I told you how beautifully you dance?
No, but I'm listening.
I want to see this. I want to see this. Oh hell yeah! I don't have to make it rain emote.
Well, damn.
Yeah.
We're going down now. Pull the lever. Pull.
Praise for Demo.
All right, yeah. Everyone to the console. Everyone to the console.
To the console!
To the console. To the
Who's this over here?
wall.
Touch.
Oh, change every time.
Are we good?
Much.
The goal is to get the whole thing copyright struck.
Yeah.
Everyone, you get a copyright. You get a copyright.
Maybe I should turn off DMCA friendly mode.
So this is the new March. This is the new March. It got redone. March got overhauled.
Last time I dropped myself right away.
Wait!
It's beautiful.
Wait!
You okay?
That was so quick. It's already.
Our drowning.
You live.
Really?
I tried to.
It's almost as wet as I am down there.
I tried to warn you.
Not as wet as me.
Oh dear God.
I swear the other app stream is gonna happen by the time this one's over. I'm gonna be so fucking drunk. I'm just gonna go live there.
My emotes are broken. They don't play sound anymore.
Hold
You
the
have
tilt
the
key,
DMCA?
and then
You have
yeah,
the DMCA free mode active.
yeah. Do mute emote audio. It might be checked. It's very faint. You can't see it that well.
Where is it?
If you hold the tilde, it's on the right side of the big wheel.
No, I don't have anything.
Is your emote volume up?
Yeah?
I don't know.
I didn't change any of this.
Here, hold it. Let me look at it on your stream. Hold on.
It doesn't play.
Let me see.
Well, I'm gonna go in and get myself killed, but
Okay.
good luck troubleshooting.
Have fun. All right.
Yeah, see? Nothing. No audio.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Hold the tilt key for me. Let me take a look. Yes. You can maybe you could reload when we get back to orbit and see if that helps.
Maybe. New creature data. Oh. You see it?
Hold on. See what your
No
emo?
way they found that. No. They're running from whatever is new. Whatever just got put in my database. Also, they yanked the fucking radiator thing.
Of course. I gotta see what mom wants. Hold
dear.
on.
History.
Who oiled up the floors?
Oh my god, I can't walk.
Get over here, spider! I got a stick! Oh my god, it's so spewy around here, I can't move.
Shot.
Oh, you didn't hear me scream at all. You didn't hear me scream. You're lying if you said that you did. Me scream never.
Puppy shark.
Oh! Whee! I slip in and I slide in and I slip in and slide in.
Spider at the front door, just heads up.
Slip and slide into your DMs, Duke.
Hey,
I got this gushy for you.
The Gucci Gucci? That's crazy.
the gushy.
The Gucci.
Trying to beat the spider with a stick.
Oh,
Dead body. Oh, we lost Sid.
Yeah.
Oops.
you know what?
I'll take it.
Yeet.
Ah! Why?
Oh. That's how what it does.
Stick.
This is abuse.
Can I send you to that island? Hold
No,
on.
fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off!
Come here.
Piss off!
Your own island.
Mom! Mom, Dad's hitting me!
Your mother's not here.
I know!
Gonna send you to your own island.
Aww.
Keep him away from me! Keep him away from me! Ah!
How many dead do we have? Wait.
I don't know, one? Oh.
No, right?
Man, I feel like just saying none shall pass, and
Because
it wasn't
the
tonight,
more
was
bodies
it?
we leave on
inside,
planet, the more they penalize us for.
Yes, next Friday is family night. This is
Yes.
Ty's birthday night.
Next Friday.
Yeah, I'm
Ah!
confused. Yeet.
Leave me alone! I don't want any. Exactly, it won't, because you're lying. Are you lost? Nuke? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Yes, I am very lost.
Alright, this way.
Sorry, I forgot I have push to talk enabled because I couldn't find the mute. Oh, I thought you were about to take me to the main.
I'm gonna put you in the water. Get shoved, whore.
Crazy. Damn, trying to get me all wet and shit. That's crazy.
I can do that with just a simple DM.
Hey, oh shit. Likewise. Keep it up. Not even a DM, just me being here probably.
Oh god. Oh wait, I gotta. My model's supposed to be able to stick her tongue out. Let me see if I can make her stick her tongue out. Hold on. Let me see if I can make her stick her tongue out. Hold on. Can I do it?
I might have killed another person. I already took my drinks.
No, I can't get her to stick her tongue out.
I feel like I was gonna say Pyro was trying to intentionally get drunk, but then I realized it's Pyro.
Yeah.
My favorite niece. Your mom says hi.
Oh.
Wait, what?
She's a little, she's a little damaged.
She just wants some. She just wants some chocolate milk.
Walking away.
Some chocolate milk.
Don't want to say hi to your mom?
Winslow.
Look at Freerun. That's what she wants.
Minda?
Hi,
You
Mom.
like him?
You have a slime on your head. I love that for you.
Their name
Why
is
is-
Thomas.
Why is
Is what?
I'm not talking
It's
to,
Thomas.
to me?
I love
and
him.
It's talking to you about me.
Thomas.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, this is the shark pop.
I feel betrayed.
Your mom's in my stream.
Wow.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV.
I see you live.
I love how we're just
Hi,
barely
TV.
making quota because we died the first fucking round. Excuse me.
Where
Wait,
is
what's
Rock?
that? Hi, Reaper here? I got Dipstick.
What if we
Oh,
just go?
dipstick. Oh, I got you. Oh, okay. Sweet.
Dipstick?
Yeah. No. I think Winslow wanted
The
it.
rest of us dead.
Are we good?
Winslow wants the death stick. Yeah, okay.
Oh man, everyone else
My
is
ankles.
Sometimes I got to beat the
Are we
ladies up with a
leaving?
stick.
Yeah, there's 2 dead people.
They're just all over him.
What the
Just can't
fuck?
get rid of them.
Beat him up with a stick.
I'm being abused.
Other than that, to get me to leave.
Oh.
Yay, Pyro.
Yeah.
Mom says hi. Wait, where's Spaghetti? Where's Jay?
Oh.
Mallow says hi.
Hi, Mom.
Hello.
Hi, my wife.
Yawn. Yawn. Mom.
Oh, no, we're
Why?
closing here. We're closing here with Pyro, guys. We're done.
He can't get us all.
Ouch.
Oh, but he can't.
Nuke see me what
Alright,
team
good.
killed for.
I didn't leave anyone.
I think I have multiple clips showcasing
God.
your potential.
Oh god.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Spider ate my face.
Oh,
Sorry.
wait,
No,
hold on.
I know you're not. But you hit me and basically ended up at the front of the facility.
It's okay, Yuki, we got the shark.
I saw you
That's
get
how you
that.
died.
I was
All
too
of a
scared to
sudden
jump
I
in
was
the
like,
dark.
oh no.
You're much more gamer than I am.
Yeah, I flew.
Gamer guy.
His name is Thomas.
I went so high. Okay.
Thomas.
You went to
Little
orbit. I was like,
boy.
oh, well.
Mr. Shark.
Reaper space program here.
I really want to have some of my wine. My wine is so good.
It's at least better for first bomb program.
My wine is so bad. I gotta drink it anyway.
Come over, I'll share mine with you.
Damn.
Blue raspberry punch.
I would have thought the other
That would have
one.
been a little better.
It's a wine?
It tastes like a bad. Yeah. It's well, okay. It's pretty heavy. It's 20%.
Oh.
Excuse me.
It kind of tastes like a bad pink lady.
I'm waiting on my chasers to get here because I drink straight vodka and it about killed me with the first one I took.
Oh man.
I don't drink enough.
I have
okay.
no
We'll start
alcohol
somewhere.
and I am jealous.
You're already in the server, Nuke.
I have a wine bottle that's
You're already in it.
big and long as
Oh,
well.
Nuke. Come here. Come here.
I have whatever you need.
Yes. What's up?
You should take a look in the elf posting channels if you haven't, by the way.
I am generally indifferent to
Yeah.
what it is exactly.
You know what category it is in.
I got those posts.
Huh?
I have full like no notifications on my phone.
Good. Yeah, so I took those photos when we were working on the model.
Background music. Like, you know what? There's no rap music on there.
What do you mean they're all in the water? Yeah. Alright, everyone to the console, Oh! It's someone's microphone, it's fine.
They're just dancing right there.
Oh my god.
Good crewmates.
Frieden?
Damn, why are you spanking us like that? You freak.
Launch me.
You
Freaky I do.
Interesting.
You think, oh no, it's gonna land on me. Okay.
Oh no.
I totally didn't throw it all ever. I would never do such a thing.
I knew my niece would do me proud.
Oh my god, not that.
I can always trust EA to do me proud.
Wait, Pyro. How
Yes,
many
child?
hits does it take to kill somebody?
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
Any volunteers?
Nice ass went slow.
Damage.
You're welcome.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of Tootsie
And on
Pop?
10 of you.
All of them are going.
Oh, got him.
That's crazy.
What am I doing from here?
I wish I could help
That's
you.
a fucking double shot.
I deserve that one.
He's the one who armed me.
That RPA. I am. Oh, fuck.
I watched that entire thing go down.
Why is Kai dead? Why is Kai dead?
No one know who I jumped off.
Okay, I see.
You jumped off?
Yeah.
Oh, you just thought it was the bees.
Hello. Hello. Hopefully this will not give you any trauma to come back to a body.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, I'm already fucking sweating from all the drink.
I'm not. It's only a single bottle of soju I have. Ain't gonna do much to me.
Oh god.
Poor Yang.
Man, if I knew there was bees there, I would booby trap the area.
That's not troubling at all.
Nukes.
Alright.
Yeah, of course. Of course we're having drinks.
You think it'll help?
Guy,
Hey Slayer, thank you.
Nuke's like, why do we trust Pyro with a stick? Do you guys not know Pyro? And I'm like, Nuke, no one knows me. No one knows the King of Chaos.
I don't know if I can
About
do this.
to. I said.
I'm not sure that I
I got I got the troll face and I was like, should I throw it off? And then somebody was like, no, put it on. So
I did not crouch fast
Killed
enough.
and a single hit, but.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, hold
What have I done?
on. My cousin, my blood of my blood.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Nuke was the one like, yeah, just put it on.
Those are.
I was thinking about putting it on the roof.
So there's a couple zombies around there now.
Oh.
Yeah.
What that is there?
Oh,
There's like
Nice.
those things.
God, oh!
Hey, how many were there? 3?
I'm watching.
Check this shit.
Okay, I see it. I see it. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so that's what happens.
Get a good POV of this.
The
I
word
could've
check
thrown
this
it
shit
off.
always
All
happens
right. Check
before
it.
death.
Check it.
Yep.
Check it. This is in a
I can
weird
see.
place.
I'm watching.
All right. Give me a second. I gotta get a good fucking angle on this.
So what are we watching?
Come on.
Anaphylactic shock.
Ow.
Oh,
Come
hey, my
on. Come on.
chasers are
Come on.
here.
Hey.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh.
Turn.
Oh my god.
All right.
Fucking crap.
I'm cooking.
Oh my god.
I can always count on
I gotta
you
make them go around.
every time.
Did they
I'm
die?
gonna make them go around. No. Come on.
And then it just rocks with the solo cup.
they're
Just
still
watching
over there.
everything
All
happen.
right. I'm getting a better angle. I'm good. I'm good.
You the person who is up here?
I got the bees. They're over here. I'm working on it.
The bees are getting me.
Yeah.
Poor Rock.
Just keep them occupied.
Bees are getting me. The bees. I'm the bees.
Okay, I've dealt with the bees.
There's much to frivolity here.
Have you?
I mean, I put it on the roof.
This is why we don't get
I
put it on my bees gotcha.
No.
You had the bees. I had the bees.
Yes,
Well,
my mutilated
no such
corpse
thing.
is hunting people currently.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, if the hive is in there, you
My
gotta get
real
to get
body
in there
is
and
there.
pull the lever.
Nick, welcome on in. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it.
I'm the best employee.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Okay, I
fine.
can take actual shots now. My chasers are here.
I don't know that it is fine.
It is. I promise. Check this out.
I had soda and
Come on, get up here. There you go.
But it wasn't working.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
What's happening?
I've done it, Gordon.
None of our friends are dead.
Just by the way, noted.
Just in case, just in case you wanted to
There's a
know.
third one. Although that one was the person who was in the ship still. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're missing 3 more bodies.
I love bodies.
Still be in there.
Glad to see you made it
My
back.
favorite thing.
Bodies pile up.
I would like
I heard it again.
Oh, that teleporter. I was thinking, I'm like,
not
if I kill all these people, I'm not carrying them. I need a teleporter.
Huh?
I will.
It goes.
Hey,
Just not yet.
it's great. I put the bees up here. It's so
Man,
great.
I'm gonna run out of alcohol if I keep bringing
Yeah.
this. It's too good.
I see that.
Should we leave?
I don't know.
We could check the cameras, maybe?
I think everybody else is dead.
Uh-oh.
I would assume so.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
It seems dead.
I found a body.
I just poured myself a triple screwdriver.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, there's still somebody
So
alive.
normal screwdriver in
No, this is
Wisconsin.
dead.
Well,
Other dead?
triple
Yeah.
in
Oh,
what
wait,
I'm
no,
used
is
to,
it?
which is
Yeah, no.
probably well more than
It's
3.
not.
Oh. Wait, no, they're alive. Oh.
I don't know.
I have an incredibly high tolerance, so I have to like
I think
drink a
I
little
patched
more
the
quickly, which makes me
bees,
sick more often
on the
than
My favorite birthday
I don't even know
emails
about
are
them.
getting the emails from my insulin medication saying happy birthday.
Well, at least they're keeping you alive, you know.
You know
I
what,
don't
fair.
celebrate like you every year.
Yeah, I'm kind of awesome in
don't
that
need-
situation.
I haven't
We
taken
don't
any
need
damage.
bodies. We don't have money. Anyway.
Yeah, we don't have money to
Let's
lose.
see how.
See, I got mauled
Oh, wait,
and
I
I
have
got
taken
pushed off an
damage.
edge.
I left the stick behind. I will see if I can recover the body.
Let me ask.
You know what?
Please.
I'm coming with you.
Useless.
Stick of
Yes,
truth.
While I'm here.
should go.
Happy.
Yeah.
So,
If I want to use that.
Oh.
Blood for the blood god, yay.
Oh no.
Blood for the blood god.
I love
Blood.
blood.
Sorry, in this instance, my dead body.
Woo!
How do y'all get the skeletons on your suit, by the way?
Hey, that's me.
I think it's probably okay.
Oh my god.
That doesn't sound
Oh,
good.
it's the worm.
Oh no.
Undying system.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that a fucking moan?
So does me making someone use the
buddy
mask
system.
I don't want to me killing
Good.
someone?
Why the
Maybe
fuck
somebody
are you
used the
not here?
mask
What was that?
I
again.
don't know why.
A dog and a worm jumped out right next to me.
I have a very interesting POV of that.
Okay, guys,
worm,
okay,
but-
guys,
I'm sorry.
we are leaving.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to be here no more.
Watch your roads.
Don't get left behind.
Do it, yay.
Somebody grab those bees.
Launch them.
Literally, my jolly ass was like on my way to beat some ass with a stick in my hand, and then I got jumped.
Oh dear
Harder.
God.
That's a cool way to get the
Causes
hive.
death, falling out with the ground.
Harder is.
Hey yo.
Whoa.
Oh, hey guys.
Oh,
Are you pleased?
Welcome back.
Just don't hit the back of the legs. That hurts really bad.
Only 7 people died. That's not too bad.
No, my apologies. My dead body was very
Are you in your
vengeful.
Discord? No, I'm not in my Discord.
How
We're
do
in
I
game
take
chat.
the baby off me?
Yeah.
Because I don't know how,
It's
and it's blinding.
Kai's stream.
It's my birthday.
It's Kai's birthday right here. You see this? You see this
It's
name?
in the.
Go follow
so
this person
if
on
you
Twitch.
come over to it.
I do a little
As you
dance.
press escape, there's a little green icon.
I'll dance.
on
I'll
the
dance.
screen.
I'll dance if
That's
you
where the
follow me.
cosmetics are. You just find it.
Dance if you follow me.
Oh, there we go. It's like skipping.
I'll
from
do
like
anything
top to
for.
bottom. Okay, thank you so much.
I'll do anything for likes.
Throw it back for 350.
Literally, me on the other website. By the way, not next weekend,
Dumb baby.
but the
There it
next
is.
Friday, probably that's when I'll do my first other stream.
At the wall, the one up at that one place.
The one place where you can find the links in my Discord, and I can't post them here on Twitch.
The links in the Discord.
I gotta find that model. I gotta
resist.
What model?
I gotta resist.
The horse model.
Oh my
I was about to say, it's like you like
Horse
just
model.
like them Green Goblin
Thank you.
calling a
Thank you for the
coward.
follow.
We just talked about this yesterday.
I have. Do you think I have the brain the size of fucking Einstein? It's the size of a walnut, if anything.
Well, you don't have to have a brain the size of Einstein to remember something that happened less than 68
I don't remember when the last time I peed was, so I don't think I will remember what happened yesterday.
Farewell. You were my greatest friend.
Thank you.
My most
appreciate
terrible enemy.
Oh god.
I'm sorry, there's no vibes here, only chaos. That's a drink!
I'll be right back.
Oh wait, no, it's not sandwich, so. We're good. Oh, thank you for the drink. I'm gonna drink more booze.
You're not
Take first fucking.
It backfired! I got fucking cider all up in my shirt! I'm so sticky! Ah!
Oh, you know what that means? You got a picture off. Oh no.
I knew come over here and lick it up. Anyway.
Alright, I'll be there in what like is I think it's like a whole day to get there.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be there in like 24 hours. 2 weeks, my foot.
I'm so fucking sticky now. Hold on.
Nice.
There you go.
Seeing you dancing with the stick concerns me. Yeah.
Why? I'm so trustworthy.
You're related
Hey,
to Pyro.
I
That's a
only-
very hard statement to follow.
Too bad I
I
can't
only
read.
killed that one person who. Hold on.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
I
sorry.
think I only killed them because they asked.
I've only killed a couple people, guys. You can trust me, right?
They asked.
I vouch for you.
Where is?
I vouch for you.
Good to nail in something.
I don't know. This is.
I'm
okay with this.
almost to 100 members in my Discord now.
People need to know the Pyro Yay combo.
Alright, I need a BRB because I literally dumped a bunch of cider in my shirt. I'm very
You didn't
sticky.
hear me, yay, but I said blood for the blood god earlier.
Can we take turns cleaning you up, Kai?
Who said that?
Take. I was gonna say.
Me, Yuki.
I don't have I can't take my shirt off here. I'll get banned, but yeah. Meet me in my DMs later.
I got happy feet. I got happy feet.
I'm making the group chat. Everyone can take a turn to get a lick.
Yeah, I was about to say making a group chat titty lick.
Just line up to lick one time, one after the other, and then get back in line and just loop around until I'm not sticky anymore.
How many licks does it get to the center of Kai Lunas' heart?
You gotta lick a little lower for that.
Yeah, if I sell free rent, I can get a teleporter.
I'll work for it.
You gotta put in the effort.
I haven't even watched it.
Alright, I'll be your B for real. I'm fucking sticky gross. Yeah, it literally is a waste of cider. I literally dumped it down my shirt. I'm so upset about it. I'm ruined. Alright, BRB.
Excuse me, I need to buy a teleporter. Don't tell me you
that
just...
sounds like a fucking.
I
Did
bought
you just fuck me over?
more money.
They have it.
Yeah, I think they bought something.
Yeah.
Damn it.
90. We bought a free. We sold a free rent. Oh.
I sold free rent so I could buy a teleporter for us.
What did we
And
get?
someone wasted money.
Yeah, but now
Where'd the money go? What did we
we
spend
don't need
it
the
on?
teleporter because we don't have money to lose.
cream. Oh my god, I love ice cream.
What? Oh dear, what are they?
Teleporter, I think. I don't.
I wanted ice cream.
I wanted ice cream.
I want waffle fries.
I want waffle fries.
Oh my god, there's so many.
Yeah, but we run out. And then we lose all of them because we die.
We can't afford it. Did we get the teleporter?
I tried.
Can't afford it, right?
I sold free rent so we can make it, and then someone bought flashlights.
Come on!
What do I have to do to make this stream actually show up? Oh, Tammy, you haven't. What did
No,
she
they
have,
sold
Tammy?
free rent, so I sold the shark.
Like, oh,
damn! It's like your mating call or something. Oh my god!
This is how we hit this
really.
shit.
Oh my god!
How far are we? We're too far to murder.
Nah, this.
Wait.
This is my mating call.
Jar and dirt.
Yeah.
375.
That's actually fucking fun. Now, give me a moment while I try to find my mating call. I'm still trying to hone to my art.
Mpreg, that's your art.
I don't think there's an Mpreg emo in Lethal Company, so no.
Somebody work on that.
Ironically, that's what gets the views. The moment I change my Go Live notification, I've got less viewers. So I think I need to swap back.
Yeah. I'll be on a rock. Oh wait, I need that weird instrument. There we go.
What the fuck is that thing?
I didn't realize there's so many options to have.
Yeah.
I've seen the Batman Superman Mpreg drawing. You can't scare me. Fucking Tam.
Oh my god.
Nuke, I found
I've been playing Overwatch, and there's a lot of yellow art of certain characters, so I've seen it plenty.
I thought about going back to Overwatch. I had to itch to play, and then I'm like,
They released a new hero. She's not bad, but her primary kit has a lot of
myself that much.
What is happening?
What are we calling? On my tail.
Come on, try talking to me again, dude.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you play Rivals. Wait.
Nuke, I found your
League of Legends.
Mpreg
There we
emote.
go. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, League of Legends.
Found an Mpreg emote. Is that what I
found
just
your
heard?
emote, Nuke. Come here, I found your emote.
Alright. Go on, Nuke.
Come on, buddy, I got your emote right here.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, yeah. This is what happens after the mating call. This isn't the mating call, but you know what? It's fine. Probably, I'm sorry, I did not mean to publicly thrust on people, my bad. There we go.
Clickety click.
I'm gonna ink.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna
ink.
Oh my god.
Fucking ever.
I'm a...
Oh. I got a DM. Oh, I don't want to talk to you. I don't actually know who it is. Yo, rock and roll spawns. I want to catch that. still not shiny. Fuck me.
I mean, dropper.
Eileen. Hey, baby.
Who's not on the
Look at you
ship?
T-posing in the middle.
Your problem with me T-posing? So like, what if by the time Kai comes back, we ought to start T-posing around him and make them panic? Yeah. No.
Okay. What's the instant command for T-posing?
You should just be able to sync if you hit E. If you hit E, you should be able to sync with us to do it. Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Just shut off the lights. Just be in the dark. Glow sticks.
Hi, baby.
Hi, hun. What are we waiting on?
Wait, I don't think we need to wait on Kai. We can all just take the ship, right?
Oh, well, no, if Kai is gone, then, I mean, I guess, but, you know, she'll just, like, ship should be on its own.
What the Kai doing?
Went
Hello?
AFK to clean her top. Oh,
hello, welcome back.
Okay, whoever sold the shark is my #1 hater.
Oh.
I think they had to sell the shark and run for money.
Whoever sold Thomas,
Why is it
son.
dark in here?
My son, damn
right. So we glow brighter.
My #1 op.
Yeah, right.
And I'm
Skeleton suit. I don't know how to get it.
Oh,
Who sold my Mama Freerin?
Come here. Follow me. Follow the cyan glow stick.
Mommy Freerin was here.
Cyan glow stick.
All right. So you go over here. You look up top, and you can press E, and you can go cycle through. Suits.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well,
I know you sold my.
Sorry, I went to go get a piece of cake. I have cheesecake this year.
Welcome back.
I was dead. I didn't sell shit.
I don't like regular cake, so I eat cheesecake.
Fuck you mean? The only thing I sold was my body and heart.
You started saying I don't like,
and I was thinking I
don't like cheesecake, and I was gonna be like, unforgivable.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the best.
Who wants some of those?
Because we're trying to keep 12 people stocked with flashlights. Hey, yo, wait, where?
Where are we going? Adamants?
There you go. Now
You know what? You know what? Hold on. Let me into the console. Whisper, my dear.
It's hot in my house.
My dear, my love. Can you spin a wheel for all of the free free moons, please? Spin a wheel for me.
Spin that wheel.
Whatever it lands on, we'll go to.
Spin the wheel of mythicality.
So it would be experimentation to adamants, basically. Who the fuck is inside of me right now?
I wish it was me.
Hey!
Hey!
Up top!
I wish it was anyone. It's been 4 years.
I'm booking a plane ticket right now.
I mean, I could.
Uh-huh.
The 2-for-1, I get to be inside Kai.
Plug your
and
ears,
I get to work
everyone.
on my rice purity score.
Plug your ears, everyone. Ada, ada. There you go.
I'll blast.
I could have done it more horny like
my
that.
ears in the side.
I could have done it more horny, but I'm saving it for when I get more drunk.
Howard.
What? What is what?
Robbed.
You've been robbed. You could have been
All
so
right, we're
much
going to
more.
March.
Yeah,
you know it.
Yeah, you could have went more.
Yeah, we just have to wait for the girl.
No, wait, you reminded me I had to turn my drunk redeems on. No.
Yes!
Knew it! I love how we're just a bunch of T-posing skeletons. Love it.
The fuck? Ready for work.
Mariah Carey.
DMCA speedrun.
We already did that. It took all of 5 seconds for somebody to hit a DMCA song.
I can't see shite.
I think it's just me. It just me the section of my stream, so I think we're fine.
Someone hold my hand.
Are they dying?
Yep. They just walked out and started drowning.
Come towards my voice.
Yeah,
Come
that
towards my
happened
voice.
last time.
Come here. Come on. To the left. 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 Come on.
Oh my god!
Okay, well you're safe.
Oh my god.
By the way, I have a mod in the mod pack that takes a screenshot when you die, so you can save your screenshots.
That's diabolical.
Is it Link? Hi, Lincoln. Oh, it is time to feed you, sweetheart. I'm gonna sit in the truck so I can feed my cat real quick.
I can't find their bodies.
I forgot.
I don't see them.
In the water, so I'm not sure we can get them.
I see. I went down, but I can't find them.
Don't drown! Don't drown!
Come on, Lincoln.
Literally.
What?
You started talking and you went in the water and it just went blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I can't find the bodies.
I don't know where I'm going.
You got it. Believe in yourself.
I am not
there's a bridge
feeling
over here.
brave.
There's a bridge over here. Hey, found a bridge. Found a bridge over
Bridge
here.
these nuts into your mouth.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
I don't gotta.
God, no. God, no.
If my balls are going in your jaw,
help?
it don't mean it makes sense.
God, no.
Ah!
All good. Oh.
Where am I
I guess
going?
they're not.
Oh, this way.
I'm glowing very brightly.
Move.
You move, God.
You're in my way. I'm the birthday girl.
My ass is that fat.
Oh, you guys got in. Let's go.
Hey!
Yeah.
Pants off,
Okay,
hero.
by the way.
Pants off, hero.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Wow.
Why do I keep getting stuck on things? Fine. Where'd the bridge at?
Hello.
Hi. Thank you, Quaffies. No, we're not done repo. It's probably gonna be lethal until battle golf. It's just both are just based on vibes,
to know
really.
where I could go to pick up the bodies. Hmm.
If I had planned better, we probably would have just done lethal and then repo and then battle golf instead of
So the
Minecraft.
bodies float when they die, so we could probably. Yeah, because this
Oh.
Who am I talking about?
I'll look up
No.
then.
Him died and then floated up.
You're right. I found them. They're over there. There's like all three of them are just stacked on top of each other.
They floating?
Okay. Yes. But they're like, as far as basically, I barely make it back without dying.
Ooh, okay.
That's how far they are.
We'll have this
that?
new flashlight on.
Maybe if I.
Okay, if we do it, I'll let you know. Probably at 7. We can get 2 hours of repo in.
That's where the jump was, right? I hate this planet. Why are we here? This one's rough.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. So that there over
This is my mom, right?
Hey,
Mom.
one next to a bridge.
I found my way around. I now know this place pretty well.
Oh yeah.
The Lethal Company can't hold me down when it comes to fucking navigation.
Just the. Why did I get all scared?
Hmm.
I'm feeling it
Got
pretty
that
good
one
right
thing
now.
where it's like when you see a dead body. I already saw this body.
You know,
This one's mine.
somebody else probably died. So I found a quick way to the fire escape.
What's that? I don't know what that is. Explain to me like I'm a child.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I put my drinks inside of a closed container so I don't spill it on myself again.
I have a key.
Me too.
Wow.
Oh shit. I launched you.
Put it down right now.
God damn.
Put it
No.
down.
No.
Get over here.
Ow.
Get
No.
over here.
No.
Get over here. Fucking dick.
No.
That's crazy. Ah! That's crazy.
Hello, my
Another
child.
2. Hi, father.
Oh,
Hi, bud.
I was murdered
How
by
did you get
rocks.
here?
He knocked me into the fucking deep water.
Powering? Oh my what?
Yeah, they need to
I
take
get
off.
some really good fucking wings.
Do I? Okay, question for you guys. Do I just
yes.
pour my vodka
Please,
straight into my juice box?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Valid.
That's how I feel.
We have one
it depends on how much
personalized,
vodka
two
there is,
personalized.
isn't you just
is
drinking
only one
straight
in the
vodka
body?
again?
I don't know.
Free pour like
We'll
3
be
shots.
fine. Just gotta wait for the person to get back here.
Free pour like 3
Is there the pointer on
No,
there?
yeah, you'll pour like
Get
me
'em.
and pour like 5.
Blood for the blood god.
That's the point.
No, I have like a 2-liter bottle of vodka and like how much is this? It's like a big carton of juice, so I'm just pouring the vodka
Yeah,
straight in the
that's a
carton.
very dead person.
Yeah, everyone's dying. Look, it's okay, just go.
Good job, Rox.
Yeah.
I tried. I didn't know what to do.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't
That
care.
was beautiful.
Well, at least Winslow's body made it back.
Man.
Yeah,
that was
at least they
fucking
collected my
beautiful, Rox.
body. They got the most
I mean,
important
we don't
one.
have money. We don't have money, so it's fine.
There was no
wait, when
finding
did the
my
guy
body.
die? I looked away
I
for
made
a
sure
second.
that
When did
one-
Kai die?
Yeah, when did Kai die?
Yeah.
Has a collection of rubber ducks.
I wonder how I fucking died.
Well, now Kai died.
I wonder how I fucking died, Rox.
Terror.
I wonder.
Man, I don't know how my child died.
We'll never know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Hey, answer the question. God, man.
Suck my
we'll never
metaphorical
know.
cock.
Sounds like Rox has to take
Oh,
2
dear
shots for
God.
killing.
Yes.
You know, it could
I
not
don't
be
know. I
metaphor.
think
That's the
Someone
rule.
else needs to join and that I'm behind.
Yeah. Put that door back where it came from, Rocks.
Wait, did we get the teleporter? Or we did not, right?
No, we did not.
Let me break it down.
No, no, we got flashlights. Then I think half of us.
I was gonna say half the flashlights are gone in the water.
Well, mine wasn't in the water. I don't know why I didn't get pictures of
I just
that.
needed to check and make sure they were waterproof, and it didn't seem like they were.
I don't think anyone went back for your body.
I died right next to 3 of you.
Whoa.
I don't know. I was already dead for
I
all
love
of you.
how I put my drink in a bottle so I wouldn't
Okay,
spill
so
it,
we're not
and then I still
leaving. Offense.
love that for me.
Damn, let me get
What
one
you
on
staring
this.
at up there?
Piece of shit.
It's so fucking hot in this goddamn room.
What you staring at up there?
I kind of want to learn the choreography for this. It just seems so fun.
Be with it. It's so cute.
The Winslow TikTok dances coming soon.
You know what you heard?
We should all make like cardboard giant Minecraft dragon heads so we stay on our
Aw, my fucking model stopped tracking. My mouth stopped tracking. Hold on.
Really look at this. Out for the birdie.
Winslow, I'm gonna need those. I'm gonna need those tutorials
We're
ASAP.
looking this way, and we're looking this way, and we're looking
that way.
this way. Yeah,
I'm going
This way up. We're looking at the thing. Okay, we're entering the atmosphere. All right.
Oh, we're gonna.
All right, get to work.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't make me tell HR.
Much.
Y'all have to DM me what you said, Whisper, because I can't fucking say shit.
Once again, I just follow the crowd. I trust somebody knows what they're doing.
Oh, okay.
Alright, okay. Is it? Oh, it's this one.
Hi. I don't have any shot things. Would you accept 2 big glugs of my margarita? Yes. Cool. Sick.
And you have to stare at the elf photos I posted in my Discord for 5 minutes. As punishment.
Yes. Yes. No. Yes.
Wait, can you
No.
hear me?
Yes. No.
My microphone?
Yes. No. I did a yes. I already did 1 big glug. Time for another big glug. And make this 5. Damn. Look back. I don't know. Blah. Blah. Stare at my. Oh. L photos posted. Okay. Oh no! I have to set it up for 5 minutes. Where are they at? Where'd they go? Oh, posting channel. I got you. Need me. Not too many dancers. Okay, I shall look. Which one? 1, 2, or 3?
We're in game. We're in game. The only person I'm in VC with is my model mama. Because,
Yeah, there it is.
model
No,
mama.
those trace.
No, I will play this last match before they kick me out.
I haven't been kicked
Hi, Ari. I gave you Drinkos? Okay.
No more triple triad for you. No.
No more of that.
The one mod watching me play this. No! Dang it!
I told you.
I was gonna put the last card down.
Sorry,
I could have won that chat. Let the record
round? Okay.
show. I could have won that.
Doki. I just stare at all of them in the small view. Staring at them right now. I'm not even with the game. Let's go.
I'm mute for him.
Hey. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Not on. hell yeah.
I don't know if I have late join on this, but I can get you in the lobby
I'm the best tour guide you
when,
could have chosen.
when I
I've been here
reset
many
my game,
times.
so.
They call me the tour guide of the waste. You know. I go the wrong way frequently.
Might be better if I tried to launch them that direction.
Oh, there's some
yeah.
some other tourists.
Hello.
Where's the ship?
There's somebody
That way.
twerking on top of that mountain.
Do we know where the
Oh,
ship
See
is?
it?
What the
Over
hell?
there.
There it is. No, that's the main
Twerking
entrance.
up there.
It's the
Where's the ship?
Throwing it back.
The wildlife.
Crazy style.
Do you know where the ship is?
Back where we came.
The ship?
The
Back where
ship
we
is
came.
over there.
Okay. Thank you.
Want me to give you a
That's the
boost?
thing that makes the harp noise.
I'm gonna go now. Goodbye.
This is like a movie scene. Oh.
Darn, I missed. It's a little bit better. Come here. I'll get you higher this time. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Yes, 1 second. Yes? What were you saying? You want me to put you up higher? Okay.
Greetings, young traveler.
Hello, ancient mountain traveler. Mountain owner. I come for wisdom.
What's that? I don't speak to peasants. Go back. Anyways,
It's
how you doing?
Just me and you up here.
What's it like being at the top? I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
My ass is too bad. I can't go up high enough.
Still can't hear you. No one. Oh, read the text. Oh, there's a chat. It's me. It's just me. You up here. Yep. Okay. Sorry, it took me a second. I'm a little blind. My mic is fucked up. Damn, what you doing to your mic?
Catch me. Take my head.
Ugh.
Brother.
You see this whore speaking to us?
Oh, no.
Yuck.
You call me
I caught you poor.
I was even lower. No.
Well, if you're drinking, you better be.
Hit me sick at this point.
Okay. Here we go. Hello. They finally got to the top. No, you're crouching. Hello. Ready? No! Why did he go even less far that time? Man.
Too short, like your height. Try again.
I haven't even been in yet.
Chocolate?
Chocolate!
Chocolate!
Hi, Arm. You like the model arm? You like it? Well, while I'm dying, Everyone, look at me. Perceive. Hold on. Perceive. Everyone that's just gotten here, I require you to look at me. Bask in my glory. Tell me I'm pretty. Look at my face. Look at my face. Thank you. I know. Look at me when the light is off. You can see the glitter really well with the light off. And my little eye shines glow in the dark. I mean, you can still play. You don't have to drink to play. Drinking was not a requirement. Okay, good. I gotta go. Thank you. You should check the elf posting channel, by the way, Rick. Down in the lower end of my Discord server. You should look at it, by the way. You're gonna like what you see.
Look. By the way, Kai, congratulations on being hot. Let's see.
Kai, I can hear Kai say, thank you.
You're all
Back to
dead?
this guy.
I thought Nuked was still alive.
They're setting at the edge of the
No,
world.
you know
You
what?
can
That
check.
does indeed look like dead.
Yeah, mostly
it's
everyone's
definitely dead.
Winslow and them are setting at the edge of the world.
Yeah, they are.
They're being carried away. Okay. Okay.
They found
They're being
bliss.
spirited away.
All
Pyro
the
is
secrets to
still
the world.
alive. Oh.
They're being spirited away.
Goodbye, friends. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah.
I bet they got lost.
Possibly. You munch
They're
it, you are
using it
munching.
for
You
the
make me want
sky, I bet.
popcorn.
Like a panoramic sky.
We watched
you
that
guys like that
entire
view?
thing.
Yeah, how was your vacation in Los Angeles?
Can you guys hear me?
It was so fucking
Can you
great
guys hear
out there.
me?
I fucking loved it.
That was so cool.
It just kept going, yay.
Yippee.
Like, and then a
Oh,
whole
Kai
city
says
came into
resetting.
view.
Okay.
Okay.
Kick us out.
Okay, everyone, bust it down, or just bust.
I'm good with just busting.
Oh, we reset the lobby? Okay, then 1 hour.
Reset lobby, and then 1 more hour of lethal.
1 more hour to lethal.
Busting
Oh,
down,
repo.
sexual style.
Repo.
I can come.
I'm just gonna quickly restart the game since it's all fucked up. It all fucked up. Got fucked up, man. I died. All of my things are gone. Why? Hello?